You're live. Yosh. Yosh, I gotta take a piss. Look at this move. I've never seen anything so athletic in my life. This motherfucker's so athletic. I know. Motherfucker got shot with a ghost gun. Yeah, got Casper Cat. Pop, pop, pop. We call that getting Lego, motherfucker. No, you gotta understand. It was real. Yeah, got Casper, motherfucker. Unlove. Let them again. Look at that toenail action. Look at it. Shit. That's crazy. Right by your side. I'll keep waiting, but someday, darling, you'll come to me when you want to say. Yours. Look at this one. State control. Oh, you have a con. Rifle. Use stuff. $1,200. No shit. No. Thank you, Miss Cohen. Are you walking to Walmart tomorrow? Oh, hell yeah. Like, good looking shit. I know you're short and curly's kid. Oh, shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. This motherfucker had this thing bounced off his goddamn hands. Hit him in a bad spot, my father would say. Oh my god, I can't believe this hit him off his fucking hands. But he was wide open. He couldn't have shit any fucking. Oh my god, it hit him in the hands and it hit him in the fucking chest. Oh my god. What worst fucking bump muff ever. What a drop. What a fucking drop. 3, 2. Picked up. Game over. Unlocked. Well, it's nice one. Laughter. say the thing. Catching a coach and playing more campers than I've had in years and fucking sending my dick out. And look, I was pissed. You are giddy. Yeah, you can see the thing. Are you done? I thought it was gonna be able to go like, sorry dog, your fault. This calm cunt. God bless her. Are you done now? Dude, I cannot move that camera. What time is Walmart? It's 6 a.m. So you can start walking. Hi, baby. I'm trying to shoot his charge. Here it is. Let's do another one. Let's try this one. 100%. Jesus fucking Christ. That's fucking phenomenal. What's this? That's the magic. That's not fun. Just take a walk there. Alright, are you done? Alright, are you done? Dude, I wonder what Colorado Border Patrol or whatever's doing.
Be honest, or I'm going to immediately call the police, okay? You got to be honest. How many people do you talk to that are... Who do you have in your life that would help you? Do you have anybody? Yeah. Hi. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, follow related? No. Okay, great. You might want to take your best. Okay. Thank you. Okay, yeah. That's probably a good idea, right? I could have completely blasted you there. I could have. Yeah, would you please? I could have. So who do you have in your life that would make sure this doesn't happen again? I'm not sure. You're not sure? You don't have any family or anybody? I mean, if we don't call the police, who's going to stop you from doing this again? You're pretty sick, man. That is a problem. That book right there It's 435 pages of you abusing a minor child. You know? Yeah, they're gonna come over. I think they're gonna know what's going on. You know? Are they coming? Do you want to tell them what's going on? No. Or do you want me to tell them what's going on? It's up to you, man. She obviously she's gonna want to know what's going on. Hi. Do you want to tell her? Or do you want me to tell her? This is chat and don't know some people. I apologize. We can walk off. We were planning on calling the police. I don't know if you want to know what's going on. He was setting up a relationship. He's the one who told us where he was with a 13, 14, and 16-year-old little girl. So we have catch people like this, and he was the one who kind of gave us the address. We drove a little over 400 miles to get here. So, but we could certainly go off.
Can we go off the property?
Okay. Yeah. All right, thank you. Okay. You're gonna have to be a little bit on this, buddy, with them. You know what I mean? They're gonna have to know, right? Where do you want to go? Over here? Where do you want to go? We're not going to beat you up, bud. What do you have in your life that would help you? You're working with minors every single day. You know? Huh? Sure. You have insurance? Yeah. Like you could go see a doctor? Yeah. Yeah, would you do that? Yeah. Try to get some help? Because clearly we've found there's a problem, right? This is a problem. It looks heavy. Feel how heavy it is. It's heavy. How long would this take you to read this? What? How long do you think? 10 minutes. 10 minutes? You're a fast reader. I'm pretty fast. Every single page, man, is you telling this poor little girl that you're going to do something to her. And you told her you're going to do stuff to her. You know? And it worries me that you're doing or have done this before. Have you? Have you hurt a child before? No? This doesn't hurt a child? Well, that is, yeah. It really does. It really does. I don't know, man. I don't know what we do from here. If you want to maybe call your brother? Really? You don't have to do that. I'm just saying if you don't, I mean, the police are going to know, right? And I'm not trying to threaten you. I'm just trying to say that we got to drive home knowing that you're not going to do this again. You just go inside. Clearly, we have a problem. And you say you do like children. You're attracted to children. What's happening? You're working with... What's happening? Yes, sir? Oh, I was talking to him. Okay. Okay. You were talking to a minor over the internet? And? I think it's sexual abuse. Okay. Do you know he was a minor? Yeah. Yeah? You have your ID with you? Yeah. My name's Tommy. I'm with Colorado Pet Patrol. We're out of Denver, Colorado. Okay. We're the ones that were talking to him. He was talking to our 14-year-old decoy. Oh, okay. What is your primary function, I guess? Basically, we have people who appear to be minors online. This is his chat. We actually brought this for you. It's the biggest one we've ever had. Oh, well. But I mean, he every day told her he was going to do some really disturbing things to her. Knew the age. Said he was going to come down and meet her in the summer. But it was every day, and we even folded the pages that are like flat out felonies. Okay. But it's kind of how that. I got you. You have all that documentation? Absolutely. Yeah, we got it right here. Oh, you're going to go back here and have a chat. Should nail you guys. You good? How are you? Good. You good?
Stone Walnut
take account
92
of the age. So,
Colorado.
I don't know if I think they're going to come into give you the situation. I got a cell phone. Okay. So we'll definitely need a digital record. Yes. So that's going to be a huge part. Do you guys have an email we can send it to, or do you have a? Okay. Perfect. And then we'll send you this too as well. Perfect. Thank you. Get everything from start to finish. So. Question, Robbie? Incident number. Yeah, you can do whatever you need to do, man. Pretty good. Or you know. So now after this, what's that interview? Yeah, that's the next thing. Are you guys just this county? We're actually just the city. So just the city. Yeah. Okay. So we have another one right now in TRUMAN Junction. I didn't know if you guys had anything to do with that. No. Okay. I mean, we could if we get involved and get wrapped up. Right. Okay. So I'll just explain it a little bit. I'm starting up a digital forensics lab, so I'm kind of the digital guy for us right now. Okay. So we'll get his phone and get all the records and everything like that, and that'll help solidify it. I need certain things. I get it. Yeah. So how did you guys come across? So he reached out to us. We have a bunch of decoys throughout closer Colorado. This is like a 6-hour drive for us, 5.5 hours. He reached out, said hello, and then, of course, our decoy says their age. And then it just went on from there. He was so far away, we weren't even going to bother with him right away, but he kept going and going and going. Then he reached out to our other 13-year-old decoy, which I'm going to send you that as well. We told her to stop talking to him because we had him on this one, but he got sexual with her the same way. I knew here too. I asked him, I said, you don't have to tell me. I said, but do you have any pictures of underage girls on your phone? He says, I don't know. So just find that. You might want to, of course. Of course you will. I just wanted to give you the heads up. He did. Well, that's good then. So. Perfect. So there's my business card. Okay. I believe she'll be sending all the information to me. Is that the email here? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. City.com. Okay. It's going to be hours. Is that okay? Like, it's fine. You got ways to go. Yeah. So like in the morning. Okay. Yeah. You say take us hours to compile and do things. Like I said, we never heard of you guys before, so we've never been up this way. It's the first time. And the reason why we had this guy, and then we had another random one. The guy was just sending penis picture to this 13-year-old. So we're like, we'll go talk to him too. We're here, If we get him and we're not going to go, we'll just call the police department, turn it in, or ICAC and just turn it in. Okay. But I do plenty of stuff from ICAC. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, we just. Like I said, this is the first time we've dealt with y'all. We gotta kind of figure out, who you are, what's coming. We completely understand. Playing on the safe side. You get everything. I mean, you get the logins for our text now and our account, everything from start to finish, plus all this. Yeah. No, we just called our DA. I told him to explain to him. I think this is new to him too. It's operation, so he's all for it. But like I said, he wants to get us to review. Sure. Solidify it all. And this guy's local. He's been here for 40 years. He said, "I'm got a flight. We're just gonna." No. He wasn't even driving to Denver, so he's not going anywhere. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you guys. I'm gonna just peek in that one. TJ. Hey, buddy, we're not the police, but we need to talk to you, man. TJ, we need to talk to you. I'm going to call the police. We need to talk to you. I'm going to call the police, man. I'm not cops. If we go outside and have a conversation, I'm going to call the police. I got your plate number. I know you were. We just want to talk to you. Cool? I'm not police. You're lucky I'm not police. You know why, right? Dude, I know you were. That's why I haven't called the police yet, okay? Where you hiding from us is making it look real sketchy. Where are you hiding? Be honest. Where are you hiding? You were walking around the back. I was in the back. Did you go to the bathroom? What'd you do? Dump your phone? Let's just go here. Listen, the more honest you are with me, you're a 315th catch. We have 156 arrests. I don't call the police on everybody, but if you lie, I'm gonna call the police. I don't think you purposely meant to come meet a 13-year-old today, right? Like that was not your intentions. Okay, so the more honest you are with me, the better it's gonna be for you. Okay? Who are you gonna meet today? You want all of it? You're meet some How old was she? Again, man, I'm gonna tell you, I have every message from start to finish. 13, okay, perfect. You're being honest, that's better for you, right? I didn't know the police. I deal with this a lot, like, I get so many people just pretending to be 13-year-olds? 13-year-olds pretending to be real. Why would you meet with somebody if they said they were 13? I don't understand that. I don't know. She wanted to be friends. You like children. Not really. I mean, you have a problem. You might not want to, but I know that you like children. Right in the registry. You're not on the registry? You sure about that? We're gonna be honest, right? Yeah. You've never been charged for this before? I've never done this before. This is literally. You have a 16-year-old girlfriend, and she was 13 when you met her, and you have pictures of that 13-year-old on your phone. That's called what? She's 16 now, and you've been with her for over 2.5 years. Well, I think I talked to her. We have pictures of her. Right, so you don't know her. Yeah, dude, seriously, like I said, I talked to so many fake people in my life, they blackmailed me, they threatened me. Right. And what was your intentions with this? Did she blackmail you? Did Lexi blackmail you? No, that's kind of what I thought, maybe she was cool. I could actually find a friend or because she wasn't setting you up or blackmailing you. She was nice to you. She didn't straight up say, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna threaten to kill you." She said that? No, she didn't say that. She didn't say that. So it's so what were your intentions today? I mean, if the police found this book on the ground, what were your intentions with this 13-year-old, the 7th grader? I was just gonna hang out with her for about an hour. You gotta go do your thing, but you're gonna come back, right? Possibly. I don't think that will. You don't think it tomorrow? Okay. We're not the police. We're Colorado Pet PED Patrol. We do this to stop you guys all the time. You're 315. 156 arrests. But these chats, man, this is probably one of the worst I've seen. You made it clear that you're very into children. How low does it go? Like I said, dude, honestly, this is up to me as much as. How old's your girlfriend now? She said she was 16. And you've been with her for almost 3 years? I guess. So that would put her at 13. You're 35? Are you really 35? You're older than 35, bro. Come on. I'm 34. You don't even know how old you are? No, I don't keep track of that. You don't keep track how old you are? Bro, you gotta be honest, dude. So you've been with this 16-year-old for could be 3 years. That puts her at 30. And you said that you met her. Oh, no, I never met. You've never met her. She's the person that is currently lives out in India. Right. So honestly, I don't know. But she's gonna move here and go to college and all that stuff, right? But she told me she wants to go to college out there. And then as soon as she's done, move with you. Right. So if she's 18, that's fine, right? And I was like, that'll be 8 years, so that's so big. You really are. You say you are old meat, so you're old. But you got pictures from her before she was old enough. Who you thought was her. Like you said, we don't know who it is, right? But you also wanted this one, and you sent to this girl. It's a felony. You understand that, right? 5 felonies today. 5. Have you ever been, nobody's ever accused you of this before? Literally, this is like a murder. Who do you live with? The first time I found it. Who do you live with? Your mom? How's your mom? Roughly. I know you don't keep track of your own age. Okay. What would she think if she found you out here? Would she be surprised that you're out here? Or would she be like, he's doing it again? She whoop your ass? Yeah, well, I can't take you to jail. I'm not police. Do you want to go to jail? I can't take you to jail. I'm not police. We can't even stop you. I want to make sure that you don't do this again. That's my major goal. Oh, yeah. I mean, this is really, pretty much the first time ever. It's not the first time ever. It's the second time ever that I can try to meet somebody. You've had a full-blown 3-year relationship with a 7th grader, bro. Now she's 9th grade, right? Now she's 16, right? But she wasn't 16 3 years ago. She wasn't 16 when she sent you a picture of her. You see what I'm saying? This is bad, bro, and you gotta get some help or you're gonna land in prison. This could put you in prison. You would be put on the sex registry, which I think you are on. You're not on the registry. Well, we have 2 catches today. You know, it's pretty sad. This guy is on the registry. You should be on the registry. Anybody that's showing up to a Ross, hiding in the bathroom. I know you were erasing your phone. I'm not stupid, dude. I know you're erasing your messages. You don't erase your messages every time. I watched you in the car. You were erasing your messages then. So when did you erase the message? Did you have any messages from that girl on your phone? So she messaged you when you went in the store. So you obviously erased them in the bathroom, am I right? Is that what you did? Literally, I erased them. Well, if you erased them when you were in the truck, then you would have another message right now. But just message you to come outside. Yeah, it's a shame, man. We're not gonna hurt you. So you have no messages. So you erased them all in the bathroom. Oh, I erased them. No, yeah, I don't literally have any more messages. Okay. Do you have anybody that messaged Lexi with you, or are you the only one that messaged her? By yourself? By yourself? What makes you so horny about a 13-year-old? Have you always liked 13-year-olds? You gotta get help up here, bro. You know what I mean? I don't think people purposely want to be child predators, right? I don't think you woke up and said, I want to be a 13-year-old. Or did you? Hell no, dude. No. This one excited you. He's f***ing off all the time, bud. She was nice to you. Not so. Well, I guess you're into boys too, right? Would you do the same kind of talk to a 13-year-old little boy? You would, right? Because you're into both, which is fine. But normally I ask that because would you talk dirty like that to somebody you weren't interested in? Probably not. So I mean, you gotta find out what makes you think it's okay to be with a 13-year-old, because you're here for a 13-year-old, bro. That's what you're doing. I have proof that you're here for a 13-year-old. We are not the police. We're Colorado. You're fucking lucky, man. And we're non-violent. I'm being as nice as I can to you, bro. But I will tell you that people are gonna know about this. You know, obviously, you're gonna be well known. We're not a little channel, and if we can't call anybody, these fellas gotta talk to you. So, well, yeah. I would be honest. Take your hands out of your pocket. Where's the phone? Don't take it out. Just again, you can talk to these guys here. How you guys doing? How you guys doing? Good. This gentleman came here to meet a 13-year-old for sex. I have everything from start to finish. He also admitted he has pictures of a young girl on his phone now. In the back, we have a full statement from the decoy. All my information, her information, that's just the notes. Yeah, you can have it. That's just the notes. And then we have like the full report of how we found him in the back as well, with all pictures. Everything he's ever sent is right there. Okay.
Talk to him.
All right, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Oh, really? Oh, good. Okay, gotcha. God, I hope they find that on that phone, bro. Look at the erased. You went in the bathroom and erased him. Yep. Steve, he was nowhere. I went and checked behind, like he was hiding in the corner. He wasn't there. Yeah, no, you did perfect. Thank you for that. Because if you would have slipped by, he could have been gone. They work hard in this county, bro. Like, they hate us. You guys did the videos, guys. Right? My girl told you guys, there's something. Yeah, he has a little 16-year-old girlfriend, came to meet a 13-year-old for sex. He had a 16-year-old girlfriend, came to meet a 13-year-old today. Oh no, he just had two little girls. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. I think Vanessa's catch is still going on. So, you guys, I am going to jump off here. You're fucking lucky, man. He's gonna cry. He's still running. saw you saw that cop. You kind of got scared of that cop, huh? No? You good? Who are you gonna meet? How old's your friend? How old's your friend? It's, yeah, but why when you saw that cop, you were walking up to the store and you saw that cop and you tried to jump in your truck? Do you want me to call the cop over here? No? Why? You can be honest with me, or I'm going to call that cop over here. Okay? Okay? Oh, let's get the cop in. Okay. You're meeting a child for. Is that you? Is that you? You're meeting a child for. No. Actually, you said you're going to lick her. You're going to put oil on your. To slide it into her. Okay, sorry for that. But let's be honest, okay? Or I'm going to call that cop. I'm sorry. Do you want that cop? 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 Sorry. Stop fucking lying. All right? You tried to just run, dude. No, I just said, I'm not running. I just said, why when you saw that cop, you tried to get in your car and go? No. Dude, you were getting ready to walk to the store. I'm recording for your safety and mine. You were getting ready to walk to the store. You saw the cop. That's not for you. The cops are not for you. I haven't called the police yet, okay? But if you're going to lie, I'm going to call the police. How old is this girl you're trying to meet today? If you lie, I'm going to call the police. It's nearly like 18. Dude. How old is that girl? She told you the age, and then you said that's okay as long as you know that I'm blah blah blah. How old was that girl? One more time. One more time. She's like nearly like doing 8th standard, 9th standard. So what age though? It's like nearly like 14, 15. 14, right? Okay. So why are you saying 18, man? Just stop lying, right? She said 45 to me. She said another chat. So no, she said 14. Initially said 48, and on the website says 48. You clearly knew it was a child. There was no 48-year-old. And I thought like when I read that, I said sorry. You know, I do this real quick. Okay. Like this. Okay. I'm sorry. What I did. Just give me a second. What you can do is we're going to go over this. So you got all these tabs, we're going to go over this. I want to make sure you don't do it again. In India, is it okay to be with a 14-year-old? No. It's not? You know, it's not. What happens if I come here, if I really get that shit, it's only one day. Sorry. I'm trying to get a bed because I got married. Did you bring condoms? No. You can check your car? Is there condoms in the car? You can want to check your car. So because you said you were going to pull out and you would not see her, but that's what you said, right? The thing is, like, she tried to begin that way. I want to know whether she's like in that way. I said, I want to meet the girl so that no, it's not okay. If you want to check that, I have a condom, you can check with the girl. Because you said you didn't need a condom. You said that you would, remember? No, I just said for one only. Because I want to stop her. This is not a good thing. So, like, okay, why are you here? Why are you here? I want to meet and say that don't do this. Because, like, get the fuck out of here. Come on, Kevin. Really. Because, come on. Because I know I'm also having a baby. Yeah. So I want to know her. Don't do this one again. Why'd you ask her to send a picture of her? Because that was going to help her? No. That was going to help her? You want to see a little 14-year-old? Okay. Back the fuck up. Get out of my face. I'm not getting in your face. Dude, you got to be honest, man. This is grub. This girl that you want to have sex with her, do you know that's a felony? Do you know what a felony is? You do? A felony? It puts you in prison. You become a registered sex offender. Okay, so you committed 3 felonies, just so you know. 3. You can get 30, 40 years in jail for this. I'm just telling you. Dude, you can't play around with girls online. It's not funny. I know you say yes, but if you were trying to help her, you wouldn't have told her you would have made her bleed. You said you would make her bleed. I'm trying to stop her. So you're going to tell her you're going to make her bleed. That's going to help her? See, the thing is, like, first thing, like, I just stopped when it started, like, I was also not very interested. Then I said, okay, it's fine. It's not a bad thing. Because, like, I just said, yeah, you can talk to them. Tell them your bullshit story. You know? Did you just buy this car? You can talk to them. I don't know if they're for you. They've been here. There's like 4 or 5 of them, so we'll see if they're going to come talk to you. Yeah. You can tell them your sob story, bro. That's bullshit, man. I can save you? You want me to save you? How do I save you? I save children. I don't save predators. So how am I going to save you? He said save him. Please save him. Save him. Save him. I don't know. This gentleman set up a meet with a 14-year-old girl. You know the deal. I kind of put tabs. The orange is just kind of him setting up meetings, and then the purple is where he said he was going to do things to her. Yeah, we're getting a little better. But we tell him, so we start on Telegram. We move him over to I'm gonna see. TAC. I'm sorry. We move them over to. We tell him we're 14, not 37. And then he says he's okay as long as we're okay with these 37. And then purple's when he's talking about he's gonna put oil in his pig and he's gonna make her bleed and the whole shit. Okay, married man, wife's been blowing him up since he's been here. And then when you guys pulled up, he said, "Please save me, save me." Oh, I think we're. Did you trying to back out? Oh, okay, sorry. And that's just the age drop. And obviously that's your book. Another one trying to save these girls. Like he said straight up, he's gonna make her bleed the first time. Like easier. This girl that you wanted to have sex with. You're good. Fucking love Broomfield. Fucking love Broomfield. He's like, no, you can go to jail. That's what you can do. Probably my two favorite cops. Two up my favorite right there, guys. Shout out to Broomfield Police. Shout out to Broomfield Police Department, guys. Probably the two best cops out there. She was my very first arrest. Very first arrest. She was partners with the guy that was the drone flyer in Boulder. He retired as an officer because his wife was worried about him getting hurt, so he became a drone flyer in his training classes. And they had a big shooting in Boulder, and he went out and unfortunately got killed in the line of duty after he stopped doing that. And it was her partner. So it's super sad. He finally retires from it and then goes to help and gets shot in the Boulder shooting. Shot. Go to jail. That is so short. It took you longer. I got two arrests in a total of 40 minutes. Well, because they were everywhere. Probably my two favorite cops. Two of my favorite right there, guys. Shout out to Broomfield Police. Shout out to Broomfield Police Department, you guys. Probably the two best cops out there. She was my very first arrest. Very first arrest. She was partners with the guy that was the drone flyer in Boulder. He retired as an officer because his wife was worried about getting hurt, so he became a drone flyer. He was training classes, and they had a big shooting in Boulder, and he went out and unfortunately got killed in and Elena doing after he like stopped doing that. It was her partner. So, but it's super sad. He finally retires from it and then goes to help and gets shot in the border shooting. Shut up. Go to jail.
Really? I'm so sick.
That is short to keep up. Not really good. Two arrests in 40 minutes, you know. Well, because they're everywhere. Probably my two favorite cops. Two of my favorite right there, guys. Shout out to Greenville Police. Right off the mute. Right on. Shout out to Greenville Police Department, you guys. Probably the two best cops out there. She was my very first arrest. Very first arrest. That's what do you know what a felony? Do you know what a felony is? You do? A felony? But it puts you in prison. You think you're a registered sex offender. Okay, see.
So you're not gonna eat? Why? You excited? Also, I don't want to have to shit. Sure, sure, no. Yo, bro, I'm so excited because I'm tired of watching shit. I'm like, okay, and then you just send right now. But, dude, there's this fucking libertarian party in Israel that's pro cannabis, and you watch when I fucking get that shit in my system. I'm gonna be singing like my heart is gonna explode. Really? Oh my god. Fuck yeah. This is right before. Is it? Well, after this ad. Yes, it's that fucking Grinch ad. Why? Because I'm a Grinch, baby. Dude, no fucking shit, dog. Yahoo! Dude, I've been just giving up on shit. I think they have. I think this shit. I am so fucking stoked. I have to do as a fugitive, but it's whatever. I can't stand to fly. I'm not naive. I'm just out to find the better part of me. I'm more than a bird. I'm more than a plane. I'm more than some pretty face beside a train. And it's not easy to be me. I'm sure that I could cry, fall upon my knees, find a way to lie, but home I'll never see. It may sound absurd, but don't be naive. Even heroes have the right to bleed. I may be disturbed, but won't you concede? Even heroes have the right to dream, and it's not easy to be me. Up, up, and away, away from me. Yeah, it's alright. You can all sleep sound tonight. I'm not crazy or anything. I can't stand to fly. I'm not that naive. Men weren't meant to run with clouds between their knees. I'm only a man in a red sheet digging for kryptonite. One way street, only a man in a red sheet looking for special things inside of me, inside of me, inside of me, inside of me, inside of me. I'm only a man in a funny red sheet. I'm only a man looking for a dream. I'm only a man in a funny red sheet, and it's not easy. Not easy to be me. Who is this song? Um, I'm 15 for a moment, caught in between 10 and 20, just dreaming, counting the ways to where you are. I'm 22 for a moment, and she feels better than ever, and we're on fire, making our way back from Mars. 15, there's still time for you. Time to buy and time to lose. 15, then there's never a wish better than this. When you only got 100 years to live. I'm 33 for a moment. I'm still the man, but you see I'm of age. A kid on the way, need a family on my mind. I'm 45 for a moment. The sea is hot and I'm heading into a crisis. Chasing the years of my life. Nicole Annabelle. 15, there's still time for you. Time to buy and time to lose yourself within a morning star. 15, I'm alright with you. 15, there's never a wish better than this. When you've only got 100 years to live, time goes by. Suddenly you're wise. Another blink of an eye. 67 is gone. The sun is getting high. We're moving on. 99 for a moment. And dying for another moment. And I'm just dreaming. counting the ways to where you are. 15, there's still time for you. 22, I feel her too. 33, you're on your way. Every day's a new day. Ooh, 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 ooh. 15, there's still time for you. Time to buy and time to choose. A 15, there's never a wish better than this. When you only got 100 years to live. Why Nicole Allenville? I don't know. I think her sister's name. Are you done? For whom is this song? This is the Angela? Well, tell me, do you think it'd be alright if I could just crash here tonight? You see, I'm in no shape for driving. Anyway, I've got no place to go. And you know it might not be that bad. You were the best I'd ever had. If I hadn't blown the whole thing years ago, I might not be alone. Tomorrow we can drive around this town and let the cops chase us around. The past is gone, but something might be found to take its place. Hey, jealousy. Hey, jealousy. Hey, jealousy. Hey, jealousy. You can trust me not to think and not to sleep alarmed. And you don't expect too much from me. You might not lay down, cause I was going to one good day with you. Feeling like I mattered too. If I hadn't blown the whole thing years ago, I might not here with you. Tomorrow we can drive around this town and let the cops chase us around. The past is gonna find where might be found to take its place. Hey, jealousy. Tomorrow we can drive around this town and let the cops chase us around. The past is gone, but something might be found to take its place. Hey, jealousy. Hey, jealousy. Hey, jealousy. Hey, jealousy. Tell me, do you think it'd be alright if I could just crash here tonight? You can see I'm no shape for driving. Anyway, I've got no place to go. And you do know it might not be that bad. You were the best I'd ever had. If I hadn't blown the whole thing years ago, I might not be alone. Tomorrow we can drive around this town. Let the cops chase us around. Unless we're gone, something might be found to take its place. Hey, jealousy. Hey, Hey, jealousy, she took my heart. Well, there's only one thing I could start. Next tip. This is for Susan Pinnock. Last summer, in case you don't recall, I was your and you were mine. Forget it all. Is there a line that I could write sad enough to make you cry? All the lines you wrote me were lies. Months for the past when loved you and you struck dead. Did you love me only in my head? Things you said and did to me seemed to come so easily. The love I thought I'd won, you get it for free. Whispers at the bus stop. Well, I heard about nights at the schoolyard. I found out about you. I found out about you. Rumors follow everywhere you go. And when you left, I was last to know. You're famous now, and there's no doubt. In all the places you hang out, they know your name and know what you're about. Whispers at the bus stop. I heard about nights in the schoolyard. I found out about you. I found out about you. My friend gave me the set list once, like this, like bunch of songs. He's like, you should make a CD out of this. And so I play a bunch of those songs. This was on it, right? It was just a mixtape that you made. Yep. And nights lying down through the car window. I guess you like the William radio. You know it's all I think about. I write your name, drive past your house. Your boyfriend's over, I watch your lights go out. Whispers at the bus stop. I heard about nights out in the schoolyard. I found out about you. I found out about you. Whispers at the bus stop. I heard about nights at the schoolyard. I found out about you. I found out about you. Found out about you. Who's this next one? Did you see the sky? I think it means that we've been lost. Maybe one last time is all we need. I can't really help it if my tongue's all tied in knots. Jumping off a bridge is the farthest that I've ever seen. Been anywhere you go, I'll follow you down. Any place but those I know by heart. Anywhere you go, I'll follow you down. I'll follow you down, but not that far. I know we're headed somewhere. I can see how far we've come. But still, I can't remember anything. Listen to the wrong thing, and I'll swear it might be fun. It's a long way down when all the knots we tied have come undone. Anywhere you go, I'll follow you down. Any place but those I know by heart. Anywhere you go, I'll follow you down. I'll follow you down, but not that far. How you gonna ever find your place? Running at an artificial pace. Are they gonna find us lying face down in the sand? So what the hell now? We've already been forever damned. Anywhere you go, I'll follow you down. On basic laws I know by heart. Anywhere you go, I'll follow you down. I'll follow you down, but not that far. Anywhere you go, I'll follow you down. Any place for those I know by heart. Anywhere you go, I'll follow you down. I'll follow you down, but not that far. I'll follow you down, but not that far. Follow you down, but not that far. When was this next song? Spanish Motor. I didn't ask, they shouldn't have told me. First I left, but now it's sinking in fast. Whatever they sold me. Well, baby, I don't want to take advice from fools. I'll just figure everything is cool. until I hear it from you, hear it from you. It gets hard, the memories faded. Who gets what they say? It's likely they're just jealous and jaded. Well, maybe I don't wanna take advice from fools. I'll just figure everything is cool until I hear it from you, hear it from you. Until I hear it from you, hear it from you. Can't let it get me off or break up my train of thought. As far as I know, nothing's wrong until I hear it from you. Still thinking about not living without it. Outside looking in, till we're talking about not stepping around it. Maybe I don't wanna take advice from fools. I'll just figure everything is cool until I hear it from you, hear it from you. Until I hear it from you, hear it from you. Till I hear it from you, hear it from you. Till I hear it from you. Oh, till I hear it from you. Oh, I hear it from you. Telling guys from fools. I figure everything is cool. Hear it from you. Take advice from fools. I figure everything is cool. You. For whom is this next song? Allison Barron? Really? Yeah. Chopin is not about me. Ask. I've lost my mind on what I find. All of the pressure that I behind on Allison Road. Fools in the rain. If the sun gets through, fires in the heaven of the eyes I knew on Allison Road. Dark clouds fly over the near. Bird 5, I am in bedroom stare. There is no telling what I might find. I couldn't see, I was lost at the time. Allison Road, I didn't know, was lost at the time on Allison Road. So she fills me up her sails with my wasted breath. And each one's more wasted than the others, you can bet. On Allison Road, now I can't hide, so, so why not try? I know I want to love her, but I can't decide. On Allison Road, And I was lost at the time. Eyes in the sun where the road doesn't lie. So I was looking for an exit sign. All I wanted to find is tonight. It's in the road. Didn't know it was lost in the time. On Allison Road. I lost my mind. The best memory it's through. I've never I just knew on Allison Road. On Allison Road. Allison Road. Now Atkinson Road. Wow. Shout out to Allison Gurney, Allison Bree. Both of you got Which one is this song? Let's say for Jackie Carter. Why? Because we're friendly. This was on that CD. So was Allison Road. Right? So long ago, I don't remember when. That's when they say I lost my only friend. Say that he died of a broken heart disease as I listen through the cemetery trees. I see the sun coming up at the funeral at dawn of long broken arm of human. Now it would seem such a wish she always had a pretty face. I wondered why she hung around this place. Hey, come on, try a little. Nothing is forever. There's got to be something better in the middle. But me and Cinderella, we put it all together. We can drive it home with one headlight. She said it's cold. It feels like Independence Day, and I can't break away from this parade. But there's got to be an opening, something here in front of me, through the maze of ugliness and greed. And I see the sun ahead at the county line bridge, saying all is good and nothingness is dead. We'll run until she's out of breath. She ran until there's nothing left. She hit the end. It's just her ear to ledge. Hey, come on, try a little. Nothing is forever. There's got to be something better than in the middle. But me and Cinderella, we put it all together. We can drive it home with one headlight. Well, the place is old. It feels like it's like a beat up truck with the engine, but the engine doesn't turn. Well, this is from a cheap line and cigarettes. This place is such a mess. Sometimes I think I'd like to watch it burn. But I don't, and it feels just like somebody else. Man, it ain't changed, but I know I ain't the same. But something here in between the city walls of dying. I think of death, it must be killing me. Hey, 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 come on, try a little. Nothing is forever. There's got to be something better than in the middle. But me and Cinderella, we put it all together. We can drive it home with one headlight. Yo, dog.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie on Key.
WZLC, baby. More like WZOG, baby. For whom is this next song? Um, Jack and Carter's sister. Watch this ad. Yeah, let's fucking watch the ad. Dude, it's the one with the Grinch. It's tight as fuck. Yeah. We both know that I should be here. This is wrong. And baby, it's killing me. It's killing you. Both of us trying to be strong. Got somewhere else to be. Promises to keep. And someone else who loves me. Trust me, fast asleep. I've made up my mind. There is no turning back. She's been good to me, and she deserves better than that. It's the hardest thing I'll ever have to do to look you in the eye. and tell you I don't love you. It's the hardest thing I'll ever have to lie. To show no emotion when you start to cry. And let you see what you mean to me. When my hands are tied and my heart's not free, we're not meant to be. It's the hardest thing I'll ever have to do. To look you around and walk away, pretending I don't love you again. Fate has a place and time, so you can get around with your life. I'm going to be cruel to many kind, like Dr. Zhivago. My love I'll be sending, and you never know. Cause there can be no happy end. Your hardest thing I'll ever have to look you in the eye and tell you I don't love you. It's the hardest thing I'll ever have to lie. To show no emotion when you start to cry. Can't let you see what you mean to me. When my hands are tied and my heart's not free, we're not meant to be. Oh, it's the hardest thing I'll ever have to do. To look around and walk away, pretending I don't love you. Another day. If I want you, I can't stay home. I've made up my mind. There is no turning back. She's been good to me, and she deserves better than that's the hardest thing I'll ever have to do. To look you in the eye and tell you I don't love you. It's the hardest thing I'll ever have to lie. To show no emotion when you start to cry. I can't let you see what you mean to me when my hands are tied and my heart's not free. We're not meant to be. Oh no, hardest thing I'll ever have to do. To turn around and walk away, pretending I don't love you. What can I do? Ooh, ooh, baby, oh yeah, what to do? What hum is this song? I do, I do. All I am, all I'll be, everything in this world, all that I'll ever need is in your eyes, shining at me. When you smile, I can feel all my passion unfolding. Your hand brushes mine, and a thousand sensations seduce me 'cause I do cherish you for the rest of my life. You don't have to think twice. I will love you still from the depths of my soul. It's beyond my control. I've waited so long to say this to you. If you're asking, do I love you this much? I do. In my world, before you, I've outside my emotions. Didn't know where I was going till that day I found you. How you opened my life to a new paradise. In a world torn by change, still with all of my heart, till my dying day. Ever you, cherish you for the rest of my life. You don't have to think twice. I will love you still from the depths of my soul. It's beyond my control. I've waited so long to say this to you. If you're asking, do I love you this much? Yes, I do. I do. If you're asking me, do I love this much? Yeah, I do. I cherish you for the depths of my soul. Years beyond my control. I've waited so long to say this to you. If you're asking, do I love you this much? Oh, baby, I do. Who is this song? This one girl who I bought beer for 10,000 cans under the sea of some guy's older sister. I don't know. Shit, I just seen my dad's phone cards. Just drove it to the liquor store. But yeah. The sunshine after the rain. You're the pure, you're in my pain. And you're not. It's on. It's on. It's on. These apps don't know why. Like, I should just be an app consultant. I really could do that for them. I mean, it's fucking easy. Hey, I have the correct lyrics. Oh my fucking god. Jesus fucking Christ, this guy's genius. It's so easy. Or just have a button that's like report incorrect lyrics. Oh no, dude, you want feedback? Fuck you. Oh god, look at this one. Still on the tenant. George Tenant? Dude, I'm so excited to go to the fucking piss myself. I'm so excited. Jesus Christ. all. It's all because. Try that again. Oh, it's all. It's all. You're my sunshine after the rain. You're the cure against my fear and my pain. Because I'm losing my mind when you're not around. It's all because of you. You're my sunshine. Oh yeah, baby, I nearly know by now. Since we met that day, you showed me the way. I felt it when you gave it one of I can describe how much I feel for you. I said, baby, I should have known by now. Should have been right there whenever you gave me love. And if you only you were here, I'd tell you. Yes, I tell you. Oh, yeah, you're the sunshine after the rain. You're the cure against my fear and my pain. Because I'm losing my mind when you're not around. It's all because of you. Yeah. Honestly, could it be you, me, like it was before? Neither less is more. Cause when I close my eyes at night, I realize that no one else could ever take your place. I still can feel, and it's so surreal when you're touching me. Kisses endlessly. It's all the place in the sun where I love begun. I miss you. Yes, I miss you. I think you're my sunshine after the rain. You're the cure against my fear and my pain. Because I'm losing my mind when you're not around. It's all because of you. If I knew how to tell you what's on my mind, make you understand that I'd always be there, right by your side. You're my sunshine after the rain. You're the cure against my fear and my pain. Cause I'm losing my mind when you're not around. It's all because of you. Sunshine after the rain. You're the cure against my fear and my pain. Cause I'm losing my mind when you're not around. It's all because of your sunshine after the rain. You're the cure against my fear and my pain. Cause I'm losing my mind when you're not around. It's all because of the sunshine after the rain. You're the cure against my fear and my pain. Cause I'm losing my mind when you're not around. It's all because of you, sunshine after the rain. You're the cure from fear and my pain. Cause I'm losing my mind when you're not around. It's all because of you. For whom is this song? Let's go with Jessica Simpson. Why? Why? Loneliness so night, so long, the search for strength to carry on. My every hope had seemed to die. My eyes had no more tears to cry. And like the sun shine from up above, you surrounded me with your endless love. And all the things I couldn't see are now so clear to me. You are my everything, nothing your love will bring. My life is yours alone, the only love I've ever known. Your spirit pulls me through when nothing else will do. Every night I pray, I'm bending knee, that you will always be my everything. Now all my hopes and all my dreams are suddenly reality. You've opened up my heart to feel the kind of love that's truly real, the kind of light that'll never fade. There's anything in life that I would ever trade for the love they give and won't let go. I hope you'll always know you are my everything. Nothing your love will bring. My life is yours alone, the only love I've ever known. Your spirit pulls me through when nothing else will do. Every night I pray, I'm bending knee, that you will always be my everything. Oh, you're the breath of life in me, the only one that sets me free. But you have made my soul complete for all time, for all time. You're my everything, nothing your love will bring. My love is yours alone, the only love I've ever known. Your spirit pulls me through when nothing else will do. Every night I pray, I'm bending knee, that you will always be my everything. Nothing your love won't bring. My life is yours alone, the only love I ever know. Your spirit pulls me through when nothing else will do. Every night I pray on bended knee that you will always be my everything. Oh, my everything.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie Pope on King.
Or who was this? I don't know, Ashley something? Love, I see forever in your eyes. I can see heaven in your smile. And when I hold you close, I don't want to let go. Because deep in my soul, I know, girl, you are the only light I see. Your love means everything to me. I know we will never part, cause you'll always be near. Here in my heart, if the sun refuse to ride, and the moon doesn't hang in all night. The tides won't change, seas rearrange. When the world is through, I will still love you. Still love you, baby. Dear, you're like an angel from above, sent here to shower me with your love. Hold me beneath your wings. Tell me all of those things. Of the hopes and the dreams we can share. Cause I'll be your shelter from the storm. I'll be the fire that keeps you warm. I'll be the light in the dark. Cause you'll always be here in my heart. The sun should refuse to rise, and the moon doesn't hang in the night. The tides won't change, seasons rearrange. When the world is through, I will still love you. Everything could last forever. It's what I feel for you, what I feel for you. You touch my heart and wisdom. The words will never say why I always love you. Yes, I'm trying to refuse to strides, and the moon doesn't hang in the night. The tides won't change, seasons rearrange. When the world is through, I will still love you. But I should refuse to rise. The moon doesn't hang in the night. And tides won't change, seasons rearrange. If it is the truth, I will still love you. Yes, I will still love you still, baby. I will still love you. Girl, believe you're all I need. I will still love you. What hymn is this? Um, Just hit the call. Didn't believe on me. Hold me close all through the night. Now, deep inside, you need me. And no one else can make it right. Don't, don't you try to hide your secrets. I can see it in your eyes. You said the words without speaking. Now I'm gonna make you mine. Give me just one night, una noche, a moment to be by your side. Give me just one night, una noche. I'll give you the time of your life, time of your life. The time of your life, baby, yeah. Your expression makes me crazy. Your existence makes me wild. I'm loosen up your feelings and see what's hiding inside. Give me just one night, una noche, a moment to be by your side. Give me just one night, una noche. I'll give you the time of your life, time of your life. Oh, yeah. Maybe just one night. Baby, I'm meant to be by your side. Give me just one night. I'll give you the time of your life. Give me just one night. Give me just one night. Una noche. A moment to be by your side. Give me just one night. Una noche. We give you the time of your life. Give me just one night. Noche. A moment to be by your side. Give me just one night. Una noche. I'll give you the time of your life. Give you the time of your life. Of your life. Yeah. You're fine. Go fuck yourself.
Okay, here we go. Ready? You have your tickets. 508-634. You can't win, Tim Conway Jr. Hey, it's Blake Trolley. Hi, Blake. Yeah. Blake Trolley, everybody. Did you see Tim? Blake Trolley. Martin.
That's as it sounds. Longer.
Say hi to everybody. Yeah. Instagram. Let's go. Shannon just gave away a cruise. 900 pounds. I'm here in Times Square at an exhibition.
Yeah, dude, that's cool. Anyway, I gotta take a whiz. Hey, whiskey. But shouldn't you shower so you don't see that you stink? I gotta take a shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie
Yo, man. What if you shave your shit? Say you're Why could you stink? Hey, listen. Where's the glasses, Amish?
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie on case. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie on cake. Bring it on home. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie on cake. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie on case. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie on case. Charlie on key.
How you doing? Chrissy Fogo's out there. And Sharonda Ganabash still wants your body. Go fuck yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie on key.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie on King.
A man known to history as Ernest Shackleton was born on the 15th of February 1874 in the small town of Kilkee in County Kildare, not far from the capital of Dublin in Ireland.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Charlie Monkey.
His father was Henry Shackleton, a farmer by occupation. Henry Shackleton's roots lay in England rather than Ireland. A relatively distant ancestor, Abraham Shackleton, had left his native Yorkshire in northern England during the early 18th century and settled in Ireland. Abraham was a Quaker and possibly chose Ireland because it was a more permissive environment for religious dissenters at the time, though it is curious that he did not settle in the Pennsylvania colony, which had been established in North America, specifically for Quakers in the late 17th century. Ernest's mother was Henrietta Letitia Sophia, an Irish woman from Walstown in County Cork, in the south of Ireland. Ernest was just the second of the 10 children she would ultimately bear. Ernest, his parents, and his ever-growing brood of siblings were not long for Ireland. In the late 1870s, when Ernest was still a small child, Henry Shackleton's fortunes as a farmer were hit by one of the regular bouts of the potato blight, which destroyed this staple crop of Ireland, and which had led to one of Europe's most destructive famines in the mid-19th century. When this latest wave of the blight hit, Henry Shackleton used what resources he had to abandon farming and began to study medicine at Trinity College, Dublin, in 1880. After 4 years, he was qualified and decided to head for England, where a better career could be made than in Ireland at the time. Thus, in 1884, 10-year-old Ernest and his parents and siblings headed across the Irish Sea and settled at Sydenham on the outskirts of London, near the Crystal Palace. Nevertheless, Ernest never forgot his Irish roots and would later often declare that he was Irish when asked about his nationality, although his political leanings were British and he opposed Irish separatism. In 1887, when he was 13 years old, he was sent to Dulwich College. He was smart, finishing second in English literature and history in his final year, but an academic life was not for him, and he knew it. Thus, when he was just 16 years of age, in 1890, he left school and joined the Mercantile Marine. It was the beginning of a long and eventful career as a mariner and explorer. Throughout the early 1890s, Shackleton served with several passenger liner and mercantile shipping companies, including the Shire Line and the White Star Line, the latter of which would gain infamy in the 1910s for building the Olympic class of passenger steamships, two of which, the Titanic and the Britannic, would infamously sink in 1912 and 1916, respectively. These early voyages brought Shackleton to the South Atlantic and South Pacific, visiting the port city of Valparaiso in Chile and rounding the Cape Horn at the southern tip of South America. It was a part of the world he would become very familiar with in later years. In August 1894, Shackleton passed his exams to become a second mate, and soon after this, he transferred to the steamer Monmouthshire. He then spent the next 5 years in voyages around Africa to the Far East, and also to the Americas. By 1898, when he was just 24, he had acquired his master's certificate, and following this, he took up a position with the Union Castle Line, working on a mail ship. When the Second Boer War broke out in 1899, he was briefly employed on a ship transferring troops from England to South Africa. But perhaps the most striking development during these years was his decision to join the Royal Geographical Society of London. It was the beginning of a lifelong association with the society, and also the beginning of his life as an explorer, one in which Shackleton would become intimately connected with Antarctica. Shackleton's entry into naval life was beginning at a time when what is known as the heroic age of Antarctic exploration was also just getting underway. During the course of the 18th and 19th centuries, most of the world's great frontiers had been tamed. Captain James Cook and other naval explorers had charted the Pacific Ocean in the second half of the 18th century, charting everything from Australia and New Zealand to several remoter islands such as Haiti. In the course of the first half of the 19th century, the railways had allowed for the expansion of the European presence in the west of North America and the eastern extremities of Russia, while the African interior was charted by explorers such as Henry Morgan Stanley from the 1870s onwards. In all instances, modern equipment, medicine, and technology were making it more plausible for European and American explorers to chart these inhospitable lands. But there remained two areas which could not be easily charted: the Arctic and Antarctic. Of these, the more inhospitable continent of Antarctica, unlike the Arctic, which is largely just a series of islands and an ice sheet, was the greatest challenge, and it was here that explorers seeking the final frontier on Earth were heading from the 1890s onwards to make their mark on history. Exploration of Antarctica began in earnest in 1820, when a Russian exploration led by Fabian Gottlieb von Bellingshausen and Mikhail Lazarev, which was exploring the South Pacific Ocean, discovered the continent. Thereafter, tentative efforts to further explore the continent continued, but the extremely inhospitable environment, with bitterly cold winter months between April and August in the southern hemisphere, not much warmer summer seasons, and seas that were choppy at best and often horrendous, led to slow progress. Meanwhile, the waters of the region became targets for whale fishing, and whaling stations were established on South Georgia, an island which Cook had claimed for the British and named after King George III in 1775. This was roughly 800 kilometers from the nearest part of mainland Antarctica, and became a major base for Antarctic explorations in the late 19th century. Then, in 1893, exploration of Antarctica was encouraged by John Murray in a lecture to the Royal Geographical Society. In the months that followed, British expeditions were being planned, but it was a Belgian enterprise in 1897 which became the first major expedition of the heroic age of Antarctic exploration. Led by Adrien de Gerlache, it became the first expedition to winter south of the Antarctic Circle, after the ship, the Belgica, became stuck in the ice of the Bellingshausen Sea. A year later, the Southern Cross expedition, directed by the British, became the first to winter on the Antarctic mainland. They discovered much of the Ross Sea on the side of Antarctica closest to New Zealand, Tasmania, and Australia. But ever greater goals of Antarctic exploration would emerge during Shackleton's time. This exploration of Antarctica was extremely hazardous, given the equipment which was being used at the time. Firstly, the ships which conveyed explorers to Antarctica relied on coal-powered steam engines, and generally set off for Antarctica with large supplies of it on board, limiting storage space. Secondly, while the development of food preservation techniques in the early 19th century had allowed for the bringing of major stores of food with long shelf lives on board ships, these were still more limited than in more modern times. Thirdly, and this was perhaps the most important point, once expeditions made landfall on Antarctica, they were largely reliant on their own 2 feet or sleds, pulled by pack dogs, to get across the vast continent, wearing heavy protective winter clothes, as there was no form of mechanized travel for icy conditions such as are found on Antarctica today, available in the late 19th century. Finally, whereas in modern times Antarctic explorers can radio or otherwise communicate their location if they needed rescue, in Shackleton's time, once an expedition headed to Antarctica, they were effectively on their own until such time as they made it back to civilization. Many never did. Indeed, Shackleton's greatest expedition, as we will see, revolved not around it succeeding in its objectives, but the absolutely incredible feat of survival which it constituted in the world's most hostile environment. Shackleton was soon intrigued by this renewed drive to explore Antarctica. His earliest biographer, a geographer and acquaintance of Shackleton's in the 1900s and 1910s by the name of Hugh Robert Mill, stated some years later that Shackleton's drive came not from any natural affinity with the polar regions, but with an overmastering passion to excel and be deemed worthy. Thus, when he learned that Llewellyn W. Longstaff was the main financial backer of a new British expedition that was scheduled to be sent to Antarctica in 1901, he reached out to Llewellyn's son Cedric, an army lieutenant whom Shackleton had met while conveying troops to South Africa at the start of the Second Boer War. Llewellyn was impressed enough by the 26-year-old mariner that he agreed to recommend him for inclusion on the expedition, and so Shackleton was accepted to become one of the crew of what was officially known as the British National Antarctic Expedition, but which is more commonly known as the Discovery Expedition, after the ship involved in it. This was to be led by Robert Falcon Scott, a Royal Navy commander. The mission did not have any absolute goal, but intended to explore as much of Antarctica as possible and conduct extensive research on the geography, biology, zoology, geology, and meteorology of the little understood continent. Shackleton was appointed as a sub-lieutenant on the Discovery Expedition on the 1st of July 1901. The crew consisted of 48 men, many of them mariners, others scientists, who would undertake a wide range of surveys and scientific work. Shackleton was primarily on hand as a sailor, but he was also given the duty of determining the density and salt content of seawater samples which were collected throughout the voyage, and he was also responsible for the stores, a broad range of goods, some more perishable than others, but mostly chosen for a long shelf life and the energy it could provide. There were, for instance, 1,600 kilograms of chocolate on board, which Cadbury's had donated to the expedition, as well as huge stores of ship's biscuit, or hardtack, and pemmican, a type of dried meat mixed with tallow and berries. However, once they reached Antarctica, the crew's staple diet would largely switch to seal meat and fish, which could be hunted on site. Shackleton undertook this work as they headed to New Zealand, reaching there by the 29th of November 1901, finally departing in late December. By the 8th of January, they were in situ by Ross Island and the McMurdo Sound on the coast of Antarctica. Months of further explorations and scientific study followed. Shackleton had evidently impressed Scott by this time, and he took him along with Dr. Edward Wilson on a journey which they set out on in November 1902 to achieve the furthest southern recorded journey ever undertaken by sledging over what was then known as the Great Ice Barrier, but which is now termed the Ross Ice Shelf. This was achieved by the trio when they reached 82 degrees 17 minutes south, less than 500 miles from the South Pole, but the trip took a heavy toll. By the time they reached this southerly point, all three were suffering from scurvy, and Shackleton was coughing up blood. As a result, when they returned to the main camp in February 1903, the surgeons on the trip recommended that Shackleton should be sent home on the relief ship called the Morning. This was not owing to any falling out with Scott, as some would have it, or the surely false idea, later suggested by Scott himself, that Shackleton had not been up to the task during the trek southwards, and that they would have got closer to the pole had it not been for him having to be carried on the sledge for some of the journey. A deep animosity developed between the pair in later years, but at the time Shackleton left Antarctica in the spring of 1903, Scott reported that this gentleman has performed his work in a highly satisfactory manner, and it is with great reluctance that I order his return. Rather, Shackleton's early departure was owing to health complications which plagued him throughout his adult life, including a suspected heart defect, which makes his stamina on Antarctic voyages even more impressive. Shackleton was sent to New Zealand to convalesce to begin with, and then returned to England later in 1903 via San Francisco and New York. He found himself a minor celebrity upon his return. News of the expedition's reaching of a new record southerly latitude by Scott, Shackleton, and Wilson, as well as the expedition's many other discoveries, had reached Britain, and as the first notable individual from the expedition to return to Britain, he was in high demand for public talks and other events. He published an account of his experiences which appeared in Pearson's magazine and which praised Scott and Wilson for their trek across the Great Ice Barrier. He also accepted the role of Secretary of the Royal Scottish Geographical Society. More broadly, he was being consulted by the government and the financiers of the Discovery Expedition. The expedition had run into trouble after his departure. Discovery had become frozen into the ice, and relief ships had to be sent south to Antarctica to assess the situation and, if necessary, bring the crew back without the Discovery. This was rendered unnecessary, however, when at the last moment the Discovery came free from the ice in February 1904. When Scott and the others finally returned to London in mid-September 1904, Shackleton was there to greet them, and most of the crew were awarded the Polar Medal. Shortly after he returned to England, and before the Discovery ever returned, Shackleton married Emily Mary Dornan, a friend of one of his sisters, who hailed from a wealthy Sussex family. They were wed on the 9th of April 1904, and would go on to have 3 children, Raymond, Cecily, and Edward. Emily would become a stalwart supporter of Ernest's endeavours. During his long absences from England, she raised their children, using an income from her family, as despite the fame he would achieve, Ernest's expeditions were always underfunded, and the man himself was heavily in debt throughout his adult life. On a broader level, Emily used her family's social connections to act as an important fundraiser for his Antarctic expeditions in the years that followed. The man Emily had married was complex. He was at once a man of action and of the world, but simultaneously something of an introvert. When he showed up to his first position with the Union Castle Line in the late 1890s, he did so without an overcoat and carrying a bundle of books. He immediately began discussing the poetry of John Keats and Robert Browning with his fellow mariners. An acquaintance from these days remarked, "I found he was several types bound into one volume, yet he was not aloof, had a dry sense of humour, was jocular, and liked alcohol, a not exactly unfamiliar pursuit of mariners at the turn of the century." The first years of married life were somewhat more sedentary for Shackleton. He attempted some business ventures, one involving the organization of return ships for Russian troops who had fought in the brief and ill-fated Russo-Japanese War in the Far East in 1904 and 1905, but profits never accrued. He also stood unsuccessfully in the 1906 general election as a Liberal Party candidate for the constituency of Dundee, ultimately losing to an Irish Home Rule candidate who was backed by the huge Irish immigrant population of the city. But his thoughts were with Antarctica and how he might return there as the leader of his nation. Thus it was that in February 1907, Shackleton presented plans for a new expedition to the southern continent to the Royal Geographical Society. Like Scott's expedition several years earlier, this new endeavour would aim to carry out a wide range of scientific studies and chart parts of Antarctica. But unlike the Discovery expedition, this new initiative had an overarching goal to it. This, Shackleton stated, was to become the first ever expedition to reach the South Pole by travelling well beyond the 82° 17' south point he and Scott had reached in the winter of 1902, and heading all the way to the 90th parallel. Shackleton was soon collecting money for the expedition, though this did not accrue as quickly as he might have hoped, the result of the enterprise acquiring less press attention than Scott's expedition had years earlier. There was also competition for funding, as Scott was beginning to prepare his own second expedition by this time. Despite these challenges, Shackleton soon acquired most of the funding and purchased a ship called the Nimrod at a bargain price. He was shocked by how much work needed to be done on it after the ship was acquired, but carried on undaunted. A crew was assembled of sailors and 15 men who would go ashore on Antarctica. Around this time, Scott also wrote to Shackleton to express his dismay that Shackleton intended to use McMurdo Sound as his landing site and base, the same region that Scott had used between 1901 and 1904. Scott asserted that he believed he had some claim to the region and wanted to use it for his future expedition, an assertion that Shackleton was inclined to support. However, owing to some developments which occurred once the expedition was launched, he subsequently did establish his base at McMurdo Sound, a decision which led to a very severe falling out between the two men, which became bitter and was never resolved. With funding in place, a boat purchased and a crew hired, the British Antarctic Expedition, or the Nimrod Expedition, set off from England for New Zealand. To save money, the Nimrod was towed to the Antarctic ice, and the crew was brought on board with the help of a steamer called the TRUMAN. Thereafter, they attempted to establish a base on both the Great Ice Barrier and King Edward VII Land, but finding the ice unstable in both regions, Shackleton determined, after much soul-searching, that he had to breach this promise to Scott and make his base on McMurdo Sound. Thereafter, for several months, they began a series of explorations and studies which broke considerable new ground in many fields. These included the ascent of Mount Erebus, the second highest volcano on the continent and sixth highest mountain overall, as well as the approximate discovery of the South Magnetic Pole, which is different to the geographic South Pole. These, however, were eclipsed by what became known as the Great Southern Journey. On the 29th of October 1908, Shackleton, Frank Wild, Eric Marshall, and Jameson Adams left the others and began marching towards the South Pole. They did not make it in the end, but they far surpassed Scott's earlier journey by reaching 88 degrees 23 minutes south, placing them less than 180 kilometers from the pole on the 9th of January 1909. At that point, they had to turn back owing to extremely hazardous weather and ailing food supplies. The return from the Great Southern Journey was hazardous, with the men facing the prospect of starvation before they reached McMurdo Sound. Food depots had been left along the way, but with the weather delaying their progress back, they were often running out days before reaching a depot. At one stage, they were down to 2 biscuits of rations per day, one in the morning, one in the evening. When Shackleton's right-hand man, Frank Wild, began to ail from the trip, Shackleton gave him what meager rations he had for the first half of the day. Wild later wrote in his diary, "I do not suppose that anyone else in the world can thoroughly realize how much generosity and sympathy was shown by this. I do, and by God, I shall never forget it." In the end, Shackleton and Wild had to undertake the last leg of the journey on their own to reach the base before the Nimrod departed on the 1st of March, as the crew had been instructed to by Shackleton earlier. Marshall and Adams remained behind after Marshall had collapsed on the ice some 60 kilometers from the base. When they reached the Sound, they only just managed to alert the ship to their presence before it left by setting fire to a wooden hut. Nimrod returned, Marshall and Adams were rescued, and the whole expedition headed for New Zealand, where they arrived on the 23rd of March. Thank you, our sponsor, History Hit, the award-winning podcast network and online history channel. It's like Netflix, but all history, which could be hunted on the site. San Francisco and New York. He found himself a minor celebrity upon his return. News of the expedition's reaching of a new record southerly latitude by Scott, Shackleton, and Wilson, as well as the expedition's many other discoveries, had reached Britain, and as the first notable individual from the expedition to return to Britain, he was in high demand for public talks and other events. He published an account of his experiences, which appeared in Pearson's magazine, and which praised Scott and Wilson for their trek across the Great Ice Barrier. He also accepted the role of Secretary of the Royal Scottish Geographical Society. More broadly, he was being consulted by the government and the financiers of the Discovery Expedition. The expedition had run into trouble after his departure. Discovery had become frozen into the ice, and relief ships had to be sent south to Antarctica to assess the situation and, if necessary, bring the crew back without the Discovery. This was rendered unnecessary, however, when at the last moment the Discovery came free from the ice in February 1904. When Scott and the others finally returned to London in mid-September 1904, Shackleton was there to greet them, and most of the crew were awarded the Polar Medal. Shortly after he returned to England, and before the Discovery ever returned, Shackleton married Emily Mary Dornan, a friend of one of his sisters, who hailed from a wealthy Sussex family. They were wed on the 9th of April 1904 and would go on to have 3 children, Raymond, Cecily, and Edward. Emily would become a stalwart supporter of Ernest's endeavours. During his long absences from England, she raised their children, using an income from her family, as despite the fame he would achieve, Ernest's expeditions were always underfunded, and the man himself was heavily in debt throughout his adult life. On a broader level, Emily used her family's social connections to act as an important fundraiser for his Antarctic expeditions in the years that followed. The man Emily had married was complex. He was at once a man of action and of the world, but simultaneously something of an introvert. When he showed up to his first position with the Union Carson Line in the late 1890s, he did so without an overcoat and carrying a bundle of books. He immediately began discussing the poetry of John Keats and Robert Browning with his fellow mariners. An acquaintance from these days remarked, "I found he was several types bound into one volume, yet he was not aloof, had a dry sense of humour, was jocular, and liked alcohol, a not exactly unfamiliar pursuit of mariners at the turn of the century." The first years of married life was somewhat more sedentary for Shackleton. He attempted some business ventures, one involving the organization of return ships for Russian troops who had fought in the brief and ill-fated Russo-Japanese War in the Far East in 1904 and 1905, but profits never accrued. He also stood unsuccessfully in the 1906 general election as a Liberal Party candidate for the constituency of Dundee, ultimately losing to an Irish Home Rule candidate who was backed by the huge Irish immigrant population of the city. But his thoughts were with Antarctica and how he might return there as the leader of his own expedition. Thus it was that in February 1907, Shackleton presented plans for a new expedition to the southern continent to the Royal Geographical Society. Like Scott's expedition several years earlier, this new endeavour would aim to carry out a wide range of scientific studies and chart parts of Antarctica. But unlike the Discovery expedition, this new initiative had an overarching goal to it. This, Shackleton stated, was to become the first ever expedition to reach the South Pole by travelling well beyond the 82° 17' south point he and Scott had reached in the winter of 1902, and heading all the way to the 90th parallel. Shackleton was soon collecting money for the expedition, though this did not accrue as quickly as he might have hoped, the result of the enterprise acquiring less press attention than Scott's expedition had years earlier. There was also competition for funding, as Scott was beginning to prepare his own second expedition by this time. Despite these challenges, Shackleton soon acquired most of the funding and purchased a ship called the Nimrod at a bargain price. He was shocked by how much work needed to be done on it after the ship was acquired, but carried on undaunted. A crew was assembled of sailors and 15 men who would go ashore on Antarctica. Around this time, Scott also wrote to Shackleton to express his dismay that Shackleton intended to use McMurdo Sound as his landing site and base, the same region that Scott had used between 1901 and 1904. Scott asserted that he believed he had some claim to the region and wanted to use it for his future expedition, an assertion that Shackleton was inclined to support. However, owing to some developments which occurred once the expedition was launched, he subsequently did establish his base at McMurdo Sound, a decision which led to a very severe falling out between the two men, which became bitter and was never resolved. With funding in place, a boat purchased and a crew hired, the British Antarctic Expedition, or the Nimrod Expedition, set off from England for New Zealand. To save money, the Nimrod was towed to the Antarctic ice, and the crew was brought on board with the help of a steamer called the Cunha. Thereafter, they attempted to establish a base on both the Great Ice Barrier and King Edward VII Land, but finding the ice unstable in both regions, Shackleton determined, after much soul-searching, that he had to breach this promise to Scott and make his base on McMurdo Sound. Thereafter, for several months, they began a series of explorations and studies which broke considerable new ground in many fields. These included the ascent of Mount Erebus, the second highest volcano on the continent and sixth highest mountain overall, as well as the approximate discovery of the South Magnetic Pole, which is different to the geographic South Pole. These, however, were eclipsed by what became known as the Great Southern Journey. On the 29th of October 1908, Shackleton, Frank Wild, Eric Marshall, and Jameson Adams left the others and began marching towards the South Pole. They did not make it in the end, but they far surpassed Scott's earlier journey by reaching 88 degrees 23 minutes south, placing them less than 180 kilometers from the pole on the 9th of January 1909. At that point, they had to turn back owing to extremely hazardous weather and ailing food supplies. The return from the Great Southern Journey was hazardous, with the men facing the prospect of starvation before they reached McMurdo Sound. Food depots had been left along the way, but with the weather delaying their progress back, they were often running out days before reaching a depot. At one stage, they were down to 2 biscuits of rations per day, one in the morning, one in the evening. When Shackleton's right-hand man, Frank Wild, began to ail from the trip, Shackleton gave him what meager rations he had for the first half of the day. Wild later wrote in his diary, "I do not suppose that anyone else in the world can thoroughly realize how much generosity and sympathy was shown by this. I do, and by God, I shall never forget it." In the end, Shackleton and Wild had to undertake the last leg of the journey on their own to reach the base before the Nimrod departed on the 1st of March, as the crew had been instructed to by Shackleton earlier. Marshall and Adams remained behind after Marshall had collapsed on the ice some 60 kilometers from the base. When they reached the Sound, they only just managed to alert the ship to their presence before it left by setting fire to a wooden hut. Nimrod returned. Marshall and Adams were rescued, and the whole expedition headed for New Zealand, where they arrived on the 23rd of March. Thank you to our sponsor, History Hit, the award-winning podcast network and online history channel. It's like Netflix, but all history. History Hit has literally hundreds of programs, more than 1,000 podcast episodes, and 5,000 history-related travel articles for you to choose from, as well as new programs and podcasts being launched every week, including Dan Snow's History Hit, which continues to be the world's leading history podcast. And they also have many more podcasts: The Ancients, Warfare, Gone Medieval, and Not Just the Tudors, hosted by Susanna Lipscomb. History Hit bring you the stories that shaped our world. Take a journey with Dan Snow on his Endurance 22 expedition to one of the most remote regions on Earth to uncover the truth behind the Ernest Shackleton's ship Endurance. The BBC has said it's the most historic shipwreck in the world as yet undiscovered. Dan Snow uncovers the secrets of this historic shipwreck, which was crushed by ice over a century ago in the Weddell Sea and is now laying 3,000 meters below the surface. And you can join him on his adventure by following the Endurance 22 expedition with History Hit's exclusive offer, available only this month to fans of the People Profiles. You too can go where history is made. Click the link in the video description to visit History Hit and use the code People Profiles when you sign up to get 50% off your next 3 months. From New Zealand, Shackleton cabled a 2,500-word account of their expedition and its accomplishments back to London for publication in the Daily Mail. As a result, news of the Nimrod expedition's success preceded them when they arrived at Charing Cross in London on the 14th of June 1909. There they received a hero's welcome, with Scott even turning up to congratulate them, despite the growing animosity between him and Shackleton. In the weeks and months that followed, Shackleton made a series of recordings describing the expedition and also published an account of it entitled Heart of the Antarctic. He also received numerous public honors, notably a knighthood. All of the members of the Nimrod expedition were also granted polar medals. A book and lecture tour of Europe and the United States followed in 1909 and 1910, during which he met many heads of state, and the proceeds from this and other ventures, plus the decision of the British government to pay off the expedition's debts of £20,000, should have resulted in Shackleton finding himself with a significant amount of money for the first time in his life. Instead, he gave much of it to relatives and causes he favoured. When the Nimrod was towed under the Thames Bridge to Temple Pier to allow members of the public to go on board the Antarctic ship for a small fee, the proceeds were given to London hospitals. Shackleton's sojourn in the warmer climes of the Northern Hemisphere was playing out while others were advancing further the exploration of Antarctica. 3 separate expeditions arrived there in 1910. One, a Japanese expedition, had limited its goals to exploring the coast of King Edward VII Land and the Great Barrier Ice, but was, nevertheless, notable for being the first non-European Antarctic expedition ever undertaken. The second was a Norwegian expedition led by Roald Amundsen, an explorer who had already led the first successful journey through the Northwest Passage north of Canada after 350 years of Europeans attempting to do so. And the third was Scott's new expedition, the Terra Nova expedition. Both Amundsen and Scott aimed to reach the South Pole, and, in the end, both did so. But it was Amundsen and his crew who got there first on the 14th of December 1911. Scott and 4 of his crew arrived at the pole just 33 days later, on the 17th of January 1912. But their success was to have a tragic end. For Scott and his 4 companions succumbed to starvation and brutal weather conditions on their return journey and became trapped in their tent without supplies in the midst of a blizzard in late March. Their farewell letters and other evidence discovered at the site later suggest Scott was the last to die on the 29th or 30th of March 1912. The conquest of the South Pole by Amundsen and Scott in the winter of 1911 might have brought the heroic age of Antarctic exploration to a close. After all, what else was there left to discover now that the coast of Antarctica had been largely plotted and the pole reached? Shackleton soon had the answer to this question. The continent had yet to be crossed from one end to the other. This, in Shackleton's words, remained the one great main object of Atlantic journeyings. An expedition of this sort had already been attempted by a German expedition led by Wilhelm Filchner in 1911 and 1912. This enterprise had sailed from the island of South Georgia south into the Weddell Sea before making landfall on Antarctica itself. The plan had been to then traverse the continent at its narrowest point by crossing over to the Ross Sea and then sailing from there to New Zealand or Tasmania. While Filchner's expedition had to be aborted in late 1912 without success, Shackleton noted the plan as being sound and intended to follow a similar route. Armed with this, and not much beyond his reputation as one of the leading British Antarctic explorers, he set out in 1913 to acquire a ship, funding, and other supports to undertake his 3rd expedition to Antarctica. It would turn into a voyage of epic proportions. The Trans-Imperial Antarctic Expedition, or what is more commonly known as the Endurance Expedition, was planned throughout late 1913 and early 1914. Shackleton turned to numerous sources for funding. Some, such as the playwright J.M. Barrie, were generous, some others less so, and the government itself provided £10,000. With this in place, he purchased 2 ships called the Polaris and the Aurora. he renamed the Polaris the Endurance. The plan was for him to proceed with the main crew on board the Endurance to South Georgia Island in the autumn of 1914, while a separate crew on the Aurora would sail out of Tasmania to the Ross Sea and lay down depots of supplies for Shackleton and his party when they crossed Antarctica from the Weddell Sea to the Ross Sea. This arranged, Shackleton began hiring men. The story that he placed an advertisement in a London newspaper reading, "Men wanted for hazardous journey, low wages, bitter cold, long hours of complete darkness. Safe return doubtful, honour and recognition in event of success," is probably an invention, but a fitting one. Shackleton's hiring policies queried one's psychology as much as their qualifications. When he interviewed the expedition's physicist, Reginald James, Shackleton's first question was whether James could sing well. He wanted to see how individuals might be able to keep each other's spirits up during the long and arduous trek. By the summer, the hiring had been done. In total, 27 men would set out. Shackleton would lead the expedition, with Frank Wild, who had travelled with Shackleton on both the Discovery and Nimrod expeditions, acting as the second in command. Frank Worsley would captain the Endurance, with Hubert Hudson, Thomas Crean, and Alfred Cheetham acting as the first, second, and third officers. These were experienced Antarctic explorers. During Scott's expedition a few years earlier, when Tom Crean, William Lashley, and Edward Evans had found themselves stranded 56 kilometers away from their base on the Ross Ice Shelf, Crean had walked the 56 kilometers on his own in 18 hours with nothing but a chocolate bar and 3 biscuits for sustenance. He collapsed when he reached the base, but he was able to impart details of Lashley and Evans' location, and they were rescued a few days later. The photographer James Hurley had also just returned from an Antarctic expedition, but several of the scientists who would travel had no previous polar experience. The meteorologist, Leonard Hussey, was one of these. Shackleton later confided to him he had agreed to interview Hussey on his application that Hussey's sole expeditionary work up to that point had been in the Sahara Desert, and he hired him after the interview because he thought he looked funny. Such was the team that set out from London on the 1st of August 1914 on board the Endurance. They pulled into Plymouth Harbour a few days later as Britain had declared war on Germany on the 4th of August in what was soon to become the First World War. Here Shackleton cabled London to ask if Endurance was needed for the war effort. He received a single-word answer, saying, "Proceed," and on the 8th of August they pulled out of Plymouth. First, they headed to Buenos Aires in Argentina to pick up a few of the crew members and, unwittingly, a stowaway called Percy Blackborough, who had unsuccessfully applied to join the expedition weeks earlier. When he revealed himself from his hiding place on the Endurance 3 days after pulling out of Buenos Aires on the 26th of October, Shackleton was initially furious, but eventually agreed to hire him as a steward on the condition that if the crew had to resort to cannibalism, Blackborough was to be eaten first. This agreed, they headed on and arrived at South Georgia Island on the 5th of November. Here, at the Norwegian Ram whaling station, they were advised to wait some time for the austral summer to set in. But finally, on the 5th of December 1914, they set out for Antarctica. They would not have contact with the wider world again for 18 months or 531 days. By the 7th of December, as they reached the northeastern edge of the Weddell Sea, they began to encounter pack ice. The weeks that followed were a continuous series of movements through ice floes and past blocks of ice. The photographer James Hurley noted in his diary in mid-December that all day we had been utilizing the ship as a battering ram. On the 31st of December, as the sun set on 1914 for the last time, the Endurance passed the Antarctic Circle. Then, by the 10th of January, they were more than 72 degrees south, and there was some concern about strange incidents they were witnessing. For instance, around this time, they observed thousands of seals heading in unison in a panic northwards. They would soon learn why. On the 14th of January, a strong breeze developed, which quickly turned into a gale-force wind. It blew almost continuously for the next 8 days, during the middle of which, on the 18th of January, the Endurance was beset and frozen into the heavy pack ice. At the time this occurred, it sailed through nearly all of the Weddell Sea and were just 80 miles or 1 day's proper sailing from their intended destination at Vassal Bay in the inner part of the Weddell Sea. Several weeks were spent trying to periodically free the ship thereafter, but finally, in mid-February, Shackleton took the decision to turn Endurance into their winter camp. Hurley noted in his diary at the time that the idea of spending winter in an icebound ship is extremely unpleasant, yet the crew did what they could. The storage areas between the decks of the Endurance were cleared out and divided into cubicles, such that by the 11th of March 1915, the men were able to move into what they had affectionately christened the ribs, and spirits remained relatively high at this stage. But it would be a long Antarctic winter stuck in the ice, with no prospect of the Endurance coming free until August or September. Moreover, on the 1st of May, the sun set for the last time that Antarctic winter, and they did not see it again for 4 months. For the next 4 months, they would face average temperatures of 15 degrees Fahrenheit or minus 10 degrees Celsius, but which could drop in the Weddell Sea at this time of year to as low as 0 degrees Fahrenheit or minus 17 degrees Celsius. Moreover, strange events occurred out in the wilderness. In mid-April, several of the expedition's 50 dogs ran away. 3.5 months later, in early August, they mysteriously returned. In the interim, the men kept their spirits up by keeping busy and regularly singing. Suddenly, Shackleton's questions at interview made more sense to some of the crew members. Late July and early August brought a change in conditions as winter started to relent and the ice softened in the region. This was the key period for Shackleton and his men. In the weeks that followed, the ice would melt sufficiently and drift far enough that the ship would separate from it, or it would conversely crush the Endurance. Yet, as the weeks went by, the latter eventuality seemed more likely. As the ice melted and buckled, large sections of it began to pierce into the hull of the Endurance during September. Nevertheless, it was not until late October, on the 27th, that the ice floes commenced screwing and split the Endurance's side open. That night, the stern and rudder posts were torn. The main deck was broken upwards and water leaked into the ship, overmastering the pumps and extinguishing the fires. Fortunately, Shackleton had ordered all of the equipment off the ship already in anticipation. However, when an effort to march towards Paulet Island, the nearest land, resulted in progress of just 2 miles in 2 days, given the strength of the blizzards, they eventually pitched their tents in what became known as Ocean Camp on the ice of the Weddell Sea, as they would have to wait here until the weather improved sufficiently and they could strike out for Paulet Island in several weeks' time. The weeks went by at Ocean Camp. On the 21st of November, Shackleton's shout was heard that "she's sinking." In the minutes that followed, the Endurance, which had sat embedded in the ice in the distance from Ocean Camp for nearly 4 weeks, was swallowed into the Weddell Sea. Yet the ice remained firm enough for the Ocean Camp to not be compromised, and they remained there for another month. Eventually, on the 22nd of December, they celebrated Christmas Day 3 days early, when all the remaining luxuries from the store were eaten. And the following morning, the 23rd of December 1915, they set off from Ocean Camp. But it was to prove a false dawn. Just 6 days later, they came to a patch of broken up ice which could not be circumnavigated or negotiated. Thus, a new camp, christened Patience Camp, was established. Here they would wait until such time as the Antarctic summer had melted the ice sufficiently that they could use the 3 lifeboats from the Endurance. This was an arduous period. The men were placed on strict rations as they could only hunt for seals around a limited area. At last, on the 9th of April, over 3 months after establishing Patience Camp, their long wait came to an end. That day, the ice floes beneath them began to rapidly break up. As this happened, they launched the 3 lifeboats and began to head northwards towards the South Shetland Islands. Shackleton captained the James Caird, the largest of the lifeboats, with 10 others on board. Worsley, the captain of the Endurance, captained the Dudley Docker with 8 others on board. Finally, Hudson and Crean captained the Stancomb Wills with 6 others on board. They rowed for 6 days and eventually reached Elephant Island on the northwestern end of the Weddell Sea. Despite being able to make their camp on the frozen ice of the Weddell Sea for months over the past year, when they landed on Elephant Island on the 15th of April 1916, it was the first time that the 28 crewmen had stood on actual land in 497 days. Yet, while they were now relatively safe on land, the situation was not good. Shackleton later related that when they reached the island and met up with the crew of the other 2 lifeboats, he found that several members of the party were on the verge of physical and mental collapse. There now followed perhaps the most incredible episode in an already incredible expedition. After a week spent on Elephant Island, Shackleton decided that he would have to lead a small party on board the largest of the lifeboats, the James Caird, to try to sail to South Georgia Island, 750 kilometers away. There they could get help and return for the remaining 22 men. Worsley, Crean, Henry McNish, Timothy McCarthy, and John Vincent volunteered for the mission. And on the 24th of April, the 6 men set off on the 22-foot-long James Caird lifeboat to try to cross some of the most treacherous seas in the whole world. The voyage took 17 days, with the 6 in a constant battle to stop the inside of the small vessel freezing and bailing water, while shrouded in nearly constant darkness as the Antarctic winter set in. But eventually, on the 10th of May 1916, they beached at King Haakon Bay on the east of South Georgia. But then, there was a further problem. The eastern end of South Georgia Island was completely uninhabited, and the 4 whaling stations on the island were on the very opposite end. Undaunted, on the 19th of May 1916, Shackleton, Crean and Worsley, with 50 foot of rope and some screws pushed into their boots to provide traction, walked for 36 hours across the mountains of South Georgia to reach Stromness whaling station. When the astonished whalers there welcomed them, it was the first time the trio had laid eyes on anyone from outside their own party in a year and a half. Such an incredible odyssey as they had been on could not end simply. 3 days later, Shackleton took command of the Southern Sky, a disused whaling boat which was given to him, and he led the first rescue mission to Elephant Island. They made it to within 70 miles of the island, but ice floes blocked their passage further, and on the 28th of May, they had to turn back. Then they headed for Port Stanley in the Falkland Islands, where Stanley cabled London to report what had happened. On the 1st of June 1916, Londoners woke up to find that the war in France wasn't dominating the headlines, but news of Shackleton and his team's astonishing journey over the past year and a half. Despite this, Shackleton was afforded little swift help from the Admiralty, and in the weeks that followed, he had to rely on the British Consulate in Montevideo and the British Association in Chile to provide him with ships for 2 further rescue attempts. These both ran into the same problems as had the first one in May 1916, and the third attempt on board the Emma out of Punta Arenas in Chile saw the ship tossed about Drake's Passage in a storm for 2 weeks. When it finally returned to Chile on the 3rd of August 1916, it was over 3 months since they had left the 22 men on Elephant Island, and Shackleton was beginning to seriously worry. He was also drinking more heavily than usual. 2 weeks later, a new ship, a steam tugboat called the Yelcho, was loaned to Shackleton by the Chilean government to undertake a 4th rescue effort, and on the 25th of August they set off. The boat was completely unsuited for the mission, lacking a radio, proper heating, or a double hull, but it managed to finally bring the small party to Elephant Island on the morning of the 30th of August 1916. When a heavy fog lifted shortly before midday, they could make out the camp. As they scanned the shore from the boat, they were relieved in the moments that followed to count 22 men standing there. On the shore, Frank Wild, Shackleton's second in command, who had stayed behind in charge on Elephant Island, later recorded in a somewhat understated fashion that when he saw the boat, I felt jolly near bubbling for a bit and could not speak for several minutes. 5 days later, The 28 men who had set out on the endurance expedition from Buenos Aires nearly 2 years earlier all arrived to Punta Arenas in Chile. From there, they headed further north to the larger city of Valparaiso. Here, the large German and British community within the town all turned out to celebrate, despite their respective nations being at war with each other back in Europe. Shackleton's duties on the endurance expedition were not entirely over. The Ross Sea Party, which had been charged with dropping supplies to depots on the other side of Antarctica, had Shackleton and his men ever made it that far, had run into some difficulties themselves, and several men were stranded there. Thus, by December 1916, he was in New Zealand, where he took part in the rescue mission on the Aurora, though 3 of the Ross Sea Party, Aeneas McIntosh, Arnold Spencer Smith, and Victor Hayward, never made it back home. This done, Shackleton headed for Europe, returning to England in May 1917, almost 3 years after he departed London in August 1914. And with Europe still mired in the First World War, he volunteered for service, but he was refused on account of his age and several health conditions, which had been exacerbated by the recent expedition. Nevertheless, the authorities did find an alternative role for him, and he was dispatched to South America to act as a diplomat to try to bring Argentina and Chile into the war on Britain's side. However, as more US troops began arriving in France late in 1917, the necessity of the mission diminished, and in April 1918, Shackleton headed for England once again. Shackleton was no sooner home than a new initiative was presented to him. With the First World War drawing to a conclusion in Western Europe, the British government was turning its attention to trying to influence the course of affairs in Russia, where the Bolshevik communists had seized power late in 1917, initiating a long and bloody civil war with many different moving parts. Perturbed by the possibility of one of Europe's great powers becoming a radical socialist state, Britain championed the idea of sending an expeditionary force in the spring of 1918 to aid the so-called White Army, a loose coalition of Russian aristocrats and counter-revolutionaries who were opposed to the new communist regime. Thus, the North Russia Expeditionary Force was dispatched to the White Sea north of Moscow in March 1918, shortly before Shackleton's return from South America, with the goal of securing the major northern port of Arkhangelsk and supporting the White Army in general. Shackleton was employed in Russia as an expert on Arctic conditions with the title of Major. The expedition, however, fizzled out during the course of late 1918 and early 1919 as the Red Army of the Communists made major advances. As a result, Shackleton returned to England in March 1919, where he was awarded the title of Officer of the Order of the British Empire for his service. When he retired from the army the following October, he was also allowed to keep his rank of Major. Shackleton had also come back from Russia with grand plans for business ventures in northwestern Russia around the White Sea, but the continued success of the Red Army there in the months that followed cut such aspirations short. They were nevertheless indicative of his need yet again for money to pay off his debts and to settle up with those that remained unpaid from the endurance expedition. Failing in this, he turned to old methods and returned to both the lecture circuit and the printing press. Late in 1919, the manuscript account of the endurance expedition, which Shackleton had largely dictated to his literary assistant, a New Zealand journalist called Edward Saunders, shortly after returning from the expedition, was published as South. Shackleton noted in the preface, "I think that, though failure in the actual accomplishment must be recorded, there are chapters in this book of high adventure, strenuous days, lonely nights, unique experiences, and, above all, records of unflinching determination, supreme loyalty, and generous self-sacrifice on the part of my men." However, while the book sales and proceeds from the lecture tours helped relieve some of his debts, when he died a few years later, Shackleton would ultimately be in debt, despite his public acclaim. By the early 1920s, Shackleton was in increasingly poor health. All the way back in 1908, the medic on the Nimrod expedition, Eric Marshall, had suspected that Shackleton was suffering from a congenital heart defect of some kind, which may have been an atrial septal defect, effectively a hole in the atria of the heart, which allows excessive blood flow between the upper chambers of the heart. By the early 1920s, in his late 40s and after many years of heavy drinking, this condition was taking a toll on him. Nevertheless, in 1920, he determined to undertake a fourth expedition, though on this occasion he was originally inclined to head north to the Beaufort Sea area of the Arctic, north of Canada. There were still feats to be accomplished here. For instance, while there were unofficial accounts of the North Pole having been reached in past times, no expedition had officially reached 90 degrees north. Moreover, the Canadian government were attracted to the idea, and Shackleton was able to acquire extensive funding of roughly £100,000 from John Quiller Rowett, an old school friend from his days at Dulwich College, who had amassed a fortune as a wine and spirits merchant in London in the early 20th century. With Rowett's support, Shackleton purchased a 125-ton Norwegian seal fishing boat named Fokker 1, which he renamed the Quest. The mission to the Beaufort Sea would never proceed beyond the planning stage. In May 1921, the Canadian government's policies on Arctic exploration changed overnight when the Conservative Prime Minister Arthur Meehan was elected. Support was withdrawn from Shackleton's enterprise, and he consequently had to change trajectory fast. Instead, he and his crew would proceed to Antarctica with a loose but ambitious set of objectives. They would, for instance, attempt to circumnavigate the entirety of the continent for the first time, and in the process, aim to chart more precisely much of the coastline and derive additional details on geographic regions, such as Doherty Island, Tuanaki, and Nimrod Islands. As usual, a team of scientists would be taken along to conduct various surveys and compile reports for publication afterwards. Shackleton also seems to have held out some belief that the crew might discover major mineral deposits and begin to find some economic potential in Antarctica. With this rough set of goals, the final crew of 24 men was assembled, and they planned to leave in the autumn in order to take advantage of the Antarctic summer, while winter fell on the northern hemisphere. The Quest expedition, which is also known as the Shackleton-Rowett expedition, would be Shackleton's last. The expedition left England on the 24th of September 1921. Several crewmen from the Endurance expedition had signed on for the new journey, many of them referring to their old commander as boss. These included the physician Alexander Macklin and the meteorologist Leonard Hussey, whom Shackleton had hired for the Endurance expedition back in 1914. On the wry basis that he looked funny. In Rio de Janeiro, early in the winter of 1921, Shackleton, who had suffered from cardiac problems for years, even before the Endurance expedition, had a suspected heart attack. Nevertheless, he pushed on, and they arrived in South Georgia on the 4th of January 1922. That night, Shackleton summoned Macklin to his cabin, complaining of back pains. Macklin examined him and then told him he needed to rest, to which Shackleton complained that Macklin was always trying to get him to quit things. What was it, he queried, that Macklin believed he should quit now? Chiefly alcohol, boss, replied Macklin. Minutes later, Shackleton had a fatal heart attack. Hussey was on his way back to England with his body when he received news from Shackleton's wife, Emily, that he would have wanted to be buried near Antarctica. Thus, Hussey returned to South Georgia, where Shackleton was interred in the cemetery of Grytviken whaling station, from where the Endurance expedition had set out on its journey over 7 years earlier. Shackleton's death, fittingly enough, was coterminous with the end of the heroic age of Antarctic exploration. Frank Wild led the Quest expedition on to Antarctica after Shackleton's death, but the ship itself was not suited for the work involved, and after a short, unproductive season, impeded by pack ice, they returned to South Georgia, and shortly after, to Cape Town and England. For the next several years after, there would be no major Antarctic expeditions undertaken. And when they were resumed in the late 1920s, the world had changed. New machines were on board ships that were much better prepared for voyaging south of the Antarctic Circle. But the greatest change lay in the advent of air exploration, with much of Antarctica charted from the sky in the years to come. When Hubert Wilkins, an ornithologist who had travelled on the Quest expedition in 1921, returned to Antarctica in 1927, it was in a plane. Similarly, when in 1926 Roald Amundsen, the man who had conquered the South Pole 15 years earlier, led the first officially recorded party to the North Pole, he did so in an airship called the Norge. Gone were the days when hardened explorers trundled hundreds of kilometers across ice flats in blizzards, armed with little more than some food, winter clothes, whiskey, tobacco, and sheer determination. Ernest Shackleton's reputation as an explorer of the heroic age of Antarctic exploration is as great today as that of Robert Falcon Scott or Roald Amundsen, the two men whose expeditions conquered the South Pole within weeks of each other in the winter of 1911. Yet Shackleton's reputation was not always as great as it is today. For several decades after his death, he was overshadowed by Scott, whose heroic death just weeks after he so nearly reached the South Pole before Amundsen, and also his upper-middle-class English background, appealed more to British sensibilities in the interwar period than did the Anglo-Irish Shackleton, who was known for having ignored issues of social status between the mariners and the scientists he brought on his voyages. It is only since the 1960s and 1970s that Shackleton has grown to become more highly regarded, and in the popular interpretation of the early age of discovery across the southern continent, he largely holds pride of place today. Perhaps there was a valid reason for this earlier neglect. Shackleton was involved in 4 expeditions to Antarctica, and of these, only one that he led himself was truly successful, the Nimrod expedition. But such a view would fail to take account of his wider accomplishments. In the Discovery expedition under Scott, Shackleton was part of the 3-man expedition, which penetrated further south than anyone had up to that time. Efforts were made by Scott and others in later years to suggest that Shackleton had been unable to keep pace with Scott and Wilson, and had actually prevented them from going further south. But this must be viewed in light of the animosity which developed between the two explorers in later years. The suggestion that Shackleton had to be carried on a sled for some of the trek certainly doesn't accord with his seemingly inexhaustible stamina on later occasions. This first encounter with Antarctica established his reputation sufficiently for him to be able to lead the Nimrod expedition himself several years later, an enterprise which made it to within just 180 kilometers of the South Pole, and made it clear to both Amundsen and Scott that the feat was achievable before they finally accomplished it in the winter of 1911. Throughout all this, Shackleton established himself as an excellent leader. Many years later, in the 1950s, Dr. Alexander Macklin, who traveled on the Endurance expedition with him, stated that he was an outstanding personality. There radiated from him something strong and powerful and purposeful, so that even to meet him was an experience. But the successes of the Discovery and Nimrod expeditions were both ultimately overshadowed in his career by the strangely brilliant failure of the Endurance expedition. The expedition ultimately didn't accomplish any of its goals, and never even landed at Vassal Bay, where the attempt to cross Antarctica was meant to commence. But the extraordinary sequence of events which ensued from Endurance getting caught in the ice of the Weddell Sea in January 1915 must stand as the most incredible story of survival and perseverance of the entire heroic age of Antarctic exploration. Over the course of a year and a half, Shackleton and his men survived out on the ice of the Weddell Sea, enduring conditions unimaginable for most Europeans. Little did he know how well the ship had been named when he set out from London in August 1914. Some aspects of the Endurance expedition and what was managed during it were almost unimaginable. The voyage of the James Caird across Drake's Passage in some of the worst waters in the world was bewildering, and it was soon followed by Shackleton, Crean and Worsley's trek across South Georgia. That latter task, by 3 malnourished individuals at the end of 18 months of hardship, was not replicated again until 1955, when the British explorer Duncan Cass completed the journey for just the second time. Afterwards, he said, "I don't know how they did it, except that they had to. 3 men of the heroic age of Antarctic exploration with 50 feet of rope between them and a carpenter's axe. It is the endurance expedition and the incredible feat of survival which it constituted, which is ultimately Shackleton's greatest legacy." What do you think of Ernest Shackleton? Was he the greatest of the Antarctic explorers? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
Hello guys, the people profiles and the history chronicles have joined forces, so as well as the fantastic long-form documentaries you get here.
This is a story about a little known, yet much misunderstood hippo. But more than that, it is also a story about a clash of philosophies, the dawn of a new era, a young nation, and a once mighty one, both in their own way experiencing an identity crisis. In 1912, a young Norwegian explorer called Roald Amundsen reached the South Geographic Pole in a slick, clinical, sportsmanlike operation, having recently also been the first man to sail through the fabled Northwest Passage on the other side of the globe. He would push on with his polar ambitions, pioneering technology and protocols that saw him become the first explorer to reach both the North and South Poles, the first to fly a plane beyond the Arctic Circle, and even the first to fly an airship over the North Pole. In recent decades, a more sober reflection on what we now call the heroic age of polar exploration has begun to restore Amundsen, overshadowed by the likes of Scott and Shackleton, to his preeminent position as the greatest of all polar explorers. He was a man ahead of his time, yet was wise enough to apply the skills of the ancient ways in attaining his Arctic goals. Join us as we dive into the life and times of Roald Amundsen, quiet conqueror of the Earth's polar regions. But before we begin, if you enjoy our content, please take a moment to like, subscribe, and share with your friends, and perhaps consider supporting my channel through membership or donation. See the description section for details, where you can also check out the links to our website, downloadable resources, and merch. An audio version is also available on the Heroes and Legends documentary channel podcast via Spotify and other leading broadcasters. I appreciate all your comments and yes, even your corrections, which I always list in the erratum section below. And once again, thanks for watching. Our story begins on May the 30th, 1889, as young Norwegian explorer Fridtjof Nansen sails up the narrow fjord into Oslo, then known as Christiania. His ship, bedecked in flowers, escorted by a flotilla of local boats. Parading through the city among the throngs of cheering fans, he and his companions had just crossed the entire breadth of Greenland and demonstrated in dramatic fashion that the use of skis in Arctic exploration was superior to trudging along on foot. You see, prior to this triumph, several unsuccessful attempts had been made to trek from one side to the other, notably by pioneering American explorer Robert Peary, who managed to get 100 kilometers inland before having to turn back due to lack of supplies. Here he would return some years later and himself go on to greater deeds. But in the meantime, Nansen, a university student on a marine biology field trip, came up with the idea of using skis, something that would seem perfectly reasonable to any Norwegian living at the northern edge of the habitable world. But to much of the European establishment at the time, believe it or not, it was thought to be a silly way of travelling through the Arctic snow. The thing is, the use of skis was a peculiar and fairly localized transportation mode throughout Alpine Europe, but nobody in Britain or America at the time had seriously considered using them in modern polar exploration. The British-dominated search for the fabled Northwest Passage in Arctic America was characterized by a cumbersome, inefficient man-hauling of supply sleds by explorers wearing snowshoes. This setup caused such exhaustion and caloric deficit that the rations they carried were wholly inadequate. On top of that, the clothing they wore was also very uncomfortable, prone to excess sweating and therefore frostbite. Despite the presence of Inuit hunter-gatherers throughout the northern reaches of America and the frontier pioneer trappers who got to know them, little formal attention had been paid to their remarkable ability to survive in the harsh Arctic conditions, most obviously witnessed in the disastrous Franklin expedition of 1845, in which 129 officers and men perished due to starvation, food poisoning, and frostbite. Sir John Franklin, a decorated Royal Navy officer, had already led two previous Arctic expeditions to chart the northern regions of Hudson Bay in Canada. His first, the Coppermine River expedition in 1819, was plagued by vague orders, poor organisation, unreliable supplies, and a dependence on guides with whom there was no solid relationship they could depend on. Additionally, the members of the expedition were completely unschooled in Arctic travel and survival, such that the project ended in complete disaster, with over half of the party perishing and the remainder barely rescued in time by Yellowknife Indigenous tribesmen. Despite his brush with disaster and criticism from some quarters, Franklin's harrowing account of the ordeal became a bestseller, and any suggestion of incompetence was brushed off as bad luck. Indeed, Franklin himself appears to have learned little from his experience, apart from the conviction that it would have fared better if more money, men and supplies had been thrown at it, as opposed to cultivating a relationship with the natives and adopting their survival techniques. He firmly believed that such expeditions should be the domain of well-provisioned and disciplined Navy men who would operate as cogs in a juggernaut machine that would overcome all obstacles through sheer determination and improvisation. This attitude would come to define the British approach to exploration in general, and polar exploration in particular. The British government, desperate to chart a navigable passage through the Arctic waterways between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, once again appointed him to lead an expedition into Canada. And this time, they lavished the venture with customized boats, plenty of supplies, and a free hand to do as he wished. Though ultimately unsuccessful in opening up a Northwest Passage, it nevertheless resulted in the charting of hundreds of miles of the Mackenzie River and added volumes of scientific information on magnetic activity, geology, and botany towards the annals of the several gentlemen's science clubs that were becoming increasingly fashionable at the time, not to mention cashed up. This public thirst for scientific inquiry expanded the scope of what had till then ostensibly been trade-motivated expeditions. Pressure and financial support from the Royal Society, the Royal Geographic Society, etc., quickly turned these voyages into scientific ventures that shifted the focus onto studying the North Pole, both magnetic and geographic, a change of purpose that was beginning to make the Royal Navy increasingly uncomfortable. You see, in the post-Napoleonic Pax Britannica, there was a distinct lack of action for young officers in which they could test their mettle, as it were. Polar exploration was viewed by some in the Admiralty as an excellent way to develop the next generation of seamen in the absence of conflict. Others didn't see it quite that way, and as the focus expanded, sailing and into Arctic trekking, there was substantial debate as to how much the Navy participate in supplying both men and material. But it wasn't just gentlemen and admirals getting in on the act. Wealthy merchants, such as booze magnate Felix Booth, pumped substantial personal fortunes into the fit-out and provision of expeditions to the North Pole. The aforementioned Franklin would go on to continue with his own distinguished naval career, including a stint as governor in India and Demon's Land, or modern Tasmania. But he would eventually be recalled and offered the lead in yet another expedition to seek the Northwest Passage, despite his now being almost 60 years old and quite unfit for the grueling task of Arctic travel. The reason for his obviously inappropriate commission was that foreigners were now engaging in significant polar exploration, and the politicians back home in London were anxious that those last few hundred square kilometres of uncharted waterways and the honour of being the first through the fabled passage should naturally belong to the British, who had poured both blood and treasure into slogging their way across most of it already. So it was that the aging Franklin, starved of adventure in Tasmania, stepped up, and despite the extraordinary resources placed at his disposal, he nevertheless found his ships, the Erebus and Terror, the very ships used by James Ross in his own extraordinary journey to Antarctica, became completely icebound and immobilized for years on end. The crew eventually abandoned them, hoping to march to safety across the barren snowfields, but being sailors, they were completely untrained and unprepared for terrestrial, let alone Arctic trekking. The tragic series of events that subsequently unfolded have been immortalized in both song and canvas, yet the real tragedy was that these desperate men had encountered Inuit hunters on a number of occasions, seemingly without any ability, or as has been suggested, desire to negotiate their guidance back to civilization. 40 years later, a 17-year-old schoolboy in Norway, having long read of Franklin's earlier bestseller, and now watching excitedly from the docks as his own countryman Nansen returned home in triumph, wondered if he might be the one to discover the final reaches of the Northwest Passage, which was still an elusive obsession. Now, Roald Amundsen, the youngest of four brothers, was born in the shipping hub of Sarpsborg in modern Norway. I say modern Norway because at the time it was the junior partner in a personal union with Sweden. During much of the preceding centuries, Sweden, Denmark, and Norway, along with Norwegian territories such as Greenland, Iceland, the Faroe Islands, and Orkney, were part of a triune kingdom. That is to say, they each retained a degree of national sovereignty, but were ruled by a single monarch. As happens so often in love triangles, jealousy and possessiveness led not only to a nasty breakup, but also claims over each other's assets. Very much the junior partner, Norway was at one time swallowed up by Sweden, then later by Denmark, then Sweden again. Anyway, one of the effects of the Napoleonic breakup of old continental powers was a surge in national consciousness among many European peoples who had long been subject to the dominion of great powers, and hence suppression of their own ethnic identities. The Norwegians were no exception, and many felt that independence was just a matter of time. During the preceding centuries, they had developed quite an experienced merchant navy, as well as a thriving timber and fishing industry, while their liberal internal politics gave individuals much more freedom of travel and opportunity than other monarchies of the period. Norwegians consequently developed a solid entrepreneurial spirit, which, coupled with their industriousness, saw many people develop successful shipping companies, with the country enjoying a high literacy rate and standard of living that was the envy of many of its neighbours. Roald Amundsen was born into such a family of aspiring ship owners. His father and uncles were already well-respected captains and owners of a number of vessels, with his three older brothers also going into the family business. They were one of those families that just seemed to get on. Everybody pulled together, and there was little internal feuding or toxic sibling rivalry. But Roald's mother wasn't one of those tough mariners' wives. She was from a more genteel interior family, and she had aspirations that at least one of her boys would become a doctor. After years of living the hard life, she finally convinced her husband to get off the tools and run the company affairs from the capital, today's Oslo. She also hustled for young Roald to stay in school, and despite his dream of going to sea like his brothers, he submitted to her wishes and remained a student. Now, don't get me wrong, being a sea captain was highly respected in Norway, but to have a son who was a doctor or lawyer was just one extra tick on the list for aspiring families. So every mother dreamed of at least one family. We can just imagine poor teenage Roald watching his hero sailing into the harbour while he was stuck in a classroom. By all accounts, he wasn't a very good student either. We have reports of his headmaster lamenting that Roald was not only an embarrassment to his school, but also had a pig-headed tendency to speak up when he felt some injustice was being dished out by the teacher. He developed an early reputation for sticking up for his friends and calling a spade, even if it earned him demerits. It was a fierce loyalty to his friends that would characterize his entire life. Norwegian kids, born into some of the harshest and longest winters in Europe, learned to ski almost as soon as they could walk. They were completely comfortable traipsing across the freezing, snow-covered mountains and skiing the many wild forested slopes that cover three-quarters of their country. The inhospitable, breathtaking terrain, wild Atlantic seas, long, dark winters and capricious weather breeds a tenacious people who live with the deep, abiding respect of nature and her awesome, frequently brutal power. With the heroic crossing of Greenland on skis by Nansen in 1888, Norwegians embraced their aptitude for winter sports, and skiing became increasingly popular all across the country. Perhaps nowhere more so than in Telemark, where a slick cadre of masters developed new designs, boot attachments, and pioneered maneuvers that gave greater handling, control, and speed. Soldiers, too, were expected to be able to travel long distances and fight on skis, to build shelters and survive in bleak terrain, while teenagers on school holidays increasingly ventured into remote regions on cross-country ski tours. Roald was no exception, and in his memoirs, he recounts many near misses and hard lessons learned in blizzards, fog, and snowdrifts that could easily have cost him his life, yet only made him more passionate about emulating his hero in the Arctic someday. Nansen himself didn't waste time basking in his newfound celebrity. He became obsessed with trying to reach the North Pole. He firmly believed that Norwegians were better suited to the task than virtually any other nationality. But more than this, he was also convinced that the lumbering, expensive, resource-heavy style of expedition that the British and others were engaging in was completely the wrong way about it. His philosophy, which would later be characterized as the Norwegian school of polar exploration, viewed their objectives in a much more sportsmanlike manner. He believed that an expedition should be small, with few members, chosen for their elite abilities or multiple talents, their superb fitness and commitment to the task. Every minute detail had to be fit for purpose, and he spent countless hours developing materials, designs, and utensils for everything from tents to clothing to cooking equipment. Nansen was the first to implement ration packs with calorie-specific ratios of macronutrients, notably fats, at a time when we still didn't even know about vitamins. He had garnered support for a new expedition and had a custom-built ship called the Fram that was designed to withstand being frozen into solid ice without breaking up. You see, his goal was to get the ship up as far as possible, frozen into an iceberg, and then drift even further north, from which a dash to the pole might be made. There was a belief at the time that there were Arctic ocean currents that flowed east to west, possibly even directly over the pole. If you could lock yourself into that current, you might cruise, courtesy of an ice floe, all the way over. So, on Midsummer's Day, 1893, the Fram set off down the fjord to the cheers and hopes of adoring spectators. Among them, again, was Amundsen, now a university student at the medical faculty, dutifully, though not enthusiastically, still acquiescing to his mother's aspirations of having a doctor in the family. The excitement of this spectacle was almost more than he could bear, and when his mother suddenly and inexplicably died some months later, Amundsen unceremoniously quit university and sent a flurry of letters to every explorer and organisation he could think of, even writing to the consulate in London and publishing an ad in the Times, offering to join any available Arctic expedition. Disappointed, he nevertheless began a serious, self-motivated study of subjects including meteorology, cartography, and surveying, then signing on to a seal hunting ship in order to experience Arctic sailing from a master navigator. When he returned home, his family encouraged him to at least undertake some formal studies to qualify as a merchant seaman. So he threw himself into the task with serious commitment, earning his mate's certificate as well as doing national service in the army, reveling in the fitness and survival training. Still unsatisfied with his skill set, he spent another grueling winter crossing a wild and inhospitable icy mountain plateau with his brother, again narrowly avoiding disaster in the unforgiving terrain, coming out the other end victorious but very much humbled. Meanwhile, Nansen had managed to sail the Fram eastward into the ice pack, and as expected, it froze into it and began to drift northwest. The crew settled into an expected 2-year ice drift, but when it became obvious that the trajectory of the ship would not cross the pole, Nansen decided to leave the Fram and, with one companion, make a dash by dog sled. Initially, they made great progress, skiing and sledding almost 13 kilometers per day. But it soon became apparent that they would run out of supplies, so they were forced to turn back, having reached 86 degrees north, a new record. But the variable weather conditions now saw them battle both breakups of the sea ice as well as dangerous blizzards, till they eventually made it, by a kayak, to solid ground. As they finally emerged from 8 months of wintry twilight into the clearer days of May 1896, they fortuitously ran into a British expedition that was mapping Franz Josef Land. Nansen had by now been away for 3 entire years and was presumed to be dead, so when they finally made it back to Norway, they were fated as heroes returned from the grave. Nansen's account of the journey and his incredible survival story cemented his position not only as Norway's preeminent celebrity tough guy, but more importantly, as the unassailable Arctic guru to whom many aspiring explorers now flocked for advice. Amundsen himself would regularly visit and mine him for information like a child eager for bedtime stories. The usually reserved Nansen saw something of himself in the young Amundsen and took a shine to him as a father figure and mentor over the many long years of their enduring friendship. Amundsen continued in his own relentless quest for excellence, so next he volunteered to participate, without pay, on a Belgian expedition to the Antarctic, which set sail in 1897. The Belgians, in the colonial scramble for Africa, had done quite well to carve out a chunk of the Congo, and with the sudden interest in Antarctica, they felt it was only fair that the Belgian flag should number among those others laying claim to the frozen southern continent. So it was that an expedition quickly materialised, an eclectic, poorly thought out hodgepodge of scholars and sailors, drawn from a number of European countries. It might have seemed a romantic, multinational venture at the time, but few of the party had any Arctic experience, save for a couple of Norwegian sailors and the ship's surgeon, American doctor Frederick Cook. Now, Dr. Cook was a font of knowledge on the Arctic, having accompanied Robert Peary on his unsuccessful attempt at crossing Greenland in 1892, if you recall. But despite their failure, the two Americans later spent a great deal of time with the Inuit, learning about their clothing, transportation, and most importantly, diet. You see, the good doctor was a thinker well ahead of his time. Vitamins, as I've mentioned, had yet to be discovered, but he was quick to realise that fresh meat, in particular offal or internal organs, seemed to stave off the onset of scurvy in the Eskimo, who were generally in excellent health, in an environment that European explorers were becoming increasingly sick of. So he advocated the consumption of seal meat to supplement the diet of explorers. Amundsen knew a master when he saw one and stuck to him like glue, who eventually became his close friend. The Belgian boat eventually wound its way south past Cape Horn and entered dangerous Antarctic waters. The dodgy charts they possessed failed to prevent a near wreckage on a reef, and the sailor had been knocked overboard and lost in the storm. Despite this ominous start, miraculously they got through and eased their way south into uncharted waters, discovering a passage that would eventually be named after the captain, Tegelash Sound. The team of resident scientists now eagerly swarmed over the island's rock formations, dragging and man-hauling sleds over the icy crevasses and slippery slopes, collecting samples and all the while lumping heavy equipment ill-suited to the terrain as they began surveying the newly discovered coastline. Amundsen noted firsthand the exhaustion and inefficiency of this method of transport. It was a form of wasteful time and resources. While the scholars were busy doing their thing, he and Cook would take this idle time to ski and explore their surroundings, discussing their clothing, the environment, snow quality, and comparison to the Arctic, half a world away. Indeed, Amundsen is credited with being the first ever to ski on Antarctica, and noted in his journal how easily he travelled compared to Cook, who was trudging laboriously on snowshoes out of the north. But interestingly, Cook's sealskin clothing and reindeer fur hood seemed to be much more comfortable than the gear Amundsen was wearing. He needed to learn more. The captain had grand plans of navigating a third of the entire continent, but time was now against him. So he hatched the secretive plan of overwintering there by getting his ship frozen in the ice and thereby drifting south, trying to mirror what Nansen had done in the north just a couple of years ago. The trouble was, they had neither the supplies nor the equipment to do so, and worse still, none of the crew had signed up for that. No preparation whatsoever, physical, let alone psychological, had been made to select participants for such an isolated, dangerous, and lonely undertaking in near darkness. So, when he intentionally manoeuvred the ship into an ice floe, which made the outcome inevitable, a terrible anxiety gripped the crew, which, as the months now dragged on, became worsened by the spectre of scurvy that soon appeared. Lethargy, depression, mood swings, and irrational outbursts, early signs often misdiagnosed, now descended upon the crew like a pall. There then followed the more telltale signs such as gum bleeding, tooth loss, weeping sores, and persistent infections. Dr. Cook was appalled at the deteriorating mental and physical state of the entire party. It was only through his actions, taking it upon himself to go out hunting for seal meat and penguin, accompanied of course by his protege Amundsen, that the outbreak finally came under control. And yet there was much dissent, and many crew members, including the were disgusted by the idea of eating seals and seabirds. Those that did recovered their vitality, while those that didn't got worse or died. Amundsen's winter, frozen into the Antarctic pack ice, the first ship there ever to do so, gave him a baptism of fire on the consequences of poor planning and reckless decision-making. It demonstrated the limitations of pre-prepared rations and the necessity of living off the land, as well as lessons on the selection of companions who were appropriate to the grueling mental and physical challenges inherent in polar exploration. As the sun finally reappeared in June of 1898, it was clear that the ordeal had taken its toll. A number of men had gone insane in the endless darkness, while the rest was sallow from lack of sunlight and had prematurely raged. They eventually managed to blast themselves free with explosives and sailed north to Punta Arenas, where they now heard news of a rapidly changing world. The Spanish-American as well as Boer wars had broken out, and Marconi had sent the first telegraph. Despite their valuable new charts and collection of interesting scientific and meteorological data, it was clear that everybody was too traumatized to continue with the expedition. So they each made their own way home, Amundsen escorting one of his own countrymen who had lost his mind. He made no fuss or public announcement upon his return, but he did contact Nansen, who was keen to know how it went. Amundsen viewed the expedition not only as an education, but also as a necessary trial to gain credibility in Nansen's eyes, which he did, as they discussed his thoughts on improving tent design, clothing, and sled composition, all learned from his friend Dr. Cook. After completing another stint in national service and completing his master's sailing certificate, Amundsen now turned his attention to his boyhood fantasy, breaking through the Northwest Passage, a task that still eluded even the wealthiest and most illustrious geographical societies. He read every account that could be found, but was unimpressed by the tragic heroics that seemed to drip from the many Anglo-American memoirs. His experience on the Belgian expedition to Antarctica had taught him that there was nothing notable about a reckless and underprepared captain who risked both his ship and the lives of his crew. So Amundsen consciously determined to sacrifice panache rather than lives. It was clear to him that an expedition into Arctic regions would have to partially live off the land, which was incapable of supporting a large number of participants. If Franklin, in his doomed expedition, had taken 8 instead of 128 men with him to Canada, Amundsen was convinced that they would have not only all survived, but probably achieved the objective. In his extensive background reading, Amundsen was impressed by the account of James Clark Ross locating the North Magnetic Pole during the Booth expedition of 1831 that I mentioned earlier. Ross struck him as a serious and talented explorer and rightly deserving of the huge respect he enjoyed in Britain. Ross's writing, and now Amundsen's own reflections on the Belgian expedition, made it clear that if he was to get any serious credibility or funding, the expedition would need to have some scientific value beyond simply the competitive credit of first place. Ross's interest in the North Magnetic Pole and the ongoing debate on whether it was stationary or actually shifted intrigued him. So Amundsen now undertook extra studies in magnetic assessment with the intention of justifying his exploratory goals by adding an additional scientific agenda. He knew he would need to be the captain of his own ship, but first he wanted greater Arctic experience than his former studies provided. So he made his way north to the seal and whaling hub of Tromsø, a remote and socially insular Arctic community of tough and hardy seamen who distrusted even their own southern countrymen and viewed everyone not of their own clan as soft. But Amundsen's persistence and dedication to learning from these crude, though highly experienced mariners saw him eventually win their confidence, and he soaked up their knowledge like a sponge. He also felt that the design of their boats was the most appropriate for the task he had in mind. So he asked his brother, the family accountant, to liquidate his not insubstantial inheritance and send the funds to him right away so he could buy himself a sealer. The Gjoa was a 45-ton, shallow draft, square-rigged sloop, and at 21 metres long, was way smaller than any that had even been considered adequate to attempt the Northwest Passage at the time. The ever-conscientious Amundsen had his own ideas, though, but first he wanted to get the feel of her, as well as to learn more about Arctic navigation firsthand. And what better way of conducting trials than to license her out for a sealing voyage, complete with the most experienced crew he could hire in Tromsø. So he basically handed his boat over to a local skipper and his crew, and came along for the ride, taking notes and picking their brains as he watched them navigate through icebergs and savage cold weather throughout the next hunting season. It was a masterclass well worth paying for. When he eventually floated his plans to Nansen back home, he received his full support and blessing, and Amundsen wrote that it was at that point he truly felt that a Northwest Passage was always for the taking. He spent the next few months fitting her out with an experimental new paraffin fuel motor and making improvements on the ship and its rigging. Very conscious of his days spent with Dr. Cook and his unusual snow clothing, he also negotiated with the nomadic Lapps in the north of the country to purchase furs and skins that would be used in custom manufacturing the weatherproof clothing he would take with him. Ever the perfectionist, he made his way back south and, with Nansen's help, organised a lab to perfect the recipe for his intended rations of pemmican, a kind of jerky that was the staple high-energy survival food of explorers. Of course, the entire project was overseen by a professor of chemistry, an old buddy of Nansen's, keen to help out and rack another one up for Norway. It was around this time that he met Otto Sverdrup, a brilliant explorer and fellow countryman who had traversed Greenland together with Nansen and had skippered Nansen's ship, the Fram, while he made his famous dash for the pole. In recent years, he had taken the Fram all across the Canadian Arctic, charting enormous lengths of coastline, overwintering there among the Inuit 3 seasons in a row, and through their tutelage, mastered the Eskimo art of dog sledding. It was Sverdrup who convinced Amundsen that dogs should be an integral component of any polar exploration, having pioneered the combination of skier and dog sled team into a finely tuned partnership that revolutionized polar travel. Amundsen once again absorbed everything Sverdrup could teach him and determined to add dog sledding to his growing resume of skills. Sverdrup, for his part, delighted at Amundsen's intensity, gifted him his own dog team, a huge show of support, having himself just returned to a hero's welcome from his own adventures in Canada, where he controversially even claimed a few newly discovered islands for Norway. It's been said that luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. If it could be said about anyone, it was definitely true of Amundsen, a man man who left no stone unturned in his relentless preparation for the task at hand. As it happened, Nansen now introduced him to Sir Clements Markham, president of the Royal Geographic Society in London, who regularly came to Norway to take the waters, as it was then called. By that I mean he used to visit a local health spa to treat his gout and other urban ailments that affluent society suffered back in England. Sir Clements Markham was also impressed by Amundsen's youthful dedication and gave him a number of letters of recommendation to call in on British men of consequence should he find himself in London. Among these were officers of the society itself, as well as within the Admiralty. Amundsen took off at once and visited anyone who could give him insight into what to expect on the frontier. At the Admiralty, his new contacts helped him obtain the latest charts of the regions he would be venturing into, but he also took the opportunity to call on a number of well-respected, though aging navigators who had thoroughly mapped the waterways leading into the unknown west. Among them was Admiral Sir Leopold and Sir Alan Young, both legends of their time, to whom he listened intently and paid his reverent respect. By now, the cat was well and truly out of the bag, and news reports began to circulate about the plucky young Norwegian who would be attempting to break through the Northwest Passage. But few took him and his tiny project seriously. Amundsen, uncomfortable in the spotlight, played his cards close to his chest, but mounting debts forced him to take some interviews, give some talks, and seek the sponsorship of rich businessmen. Nansen once again kicked in and appealed directly to the king back in Stockholm for support. It was no trifling thing to ask at a time when Norway's agitation for independence from Sweden was at a crescendo. Nor was it a small gesture for King Oscar II when he showed considerable magnanimity in granting a 10,000 krona personal donation at a time when many Swedes were openly hostile to Norway and her pretensions for independence. In any case, it had the knock-on effect of drawing wider support from the Norwegian business community, but especially from his own brothers and wider family, such that the venture, at one point verging on insolvency, was back on track. It now remained for him to select his team, and with his firm philosophy of limited numbers, Amundsen decided to take only 6 men with him, all experts in their given fields, whether it was dodging icebergs, engineering, or, as in the case of the cook, preparing seal meat in various and creative ways that would be palatable day in and day out. All of them were veterans of Arctic sailing. The expedition was to last 4 years, and he wanted his men to be committed and tough, so he screened them closely. There were no misgivings as to the arduous nature of their mission. Wanting to avoid the fanfare and public fuss, they departed at midnight in the middle of June 1903. They sailed quietly out of Christiania Harbour, not a flag waving, or so much as even a kayak out to escort them. In one of the countless contrasts to the established practice of exploration, Amundsen gave each man on board almost complete freedom to do their jobs as they saw fit. He wrote in his own words that his ship was a republic in which each expert would be free to act according to their own experience. He went on to write that each man must be treated as a rational being, not as a machine, and in this way he believed each would be willing to do more than was expected of him and feel valued enough to work towards a common goal. Indeed, this turned out to be one of his great strengths. A number of reports tell us that how astonishing the harmony was under his command, even when under extreme duress. About 6 weeks later, they pulled into port in Greenland to pick up specially ordered sled dogs, kayaks, and supplies. Here, he began his proper training in dog sledding, but soon they were off again and spent the next 2 weeks in thick fog, dodging icebergs as they made their way slowly across Melville Bay. They continued on to Dalrymple Rock, where they were expecting supplies, but were pleasantly surprised when they also received a kayak escort, a dockside reception, and cheers from the locals. This was their first public acknowledgement of their dangerous mission. Now heavily laden with a pack of raucous dogs, howling and scuffling on deck, they soon pushed deeper into Baffin Bay. By the end of August, they anchored at Beachy Island, the site of Franklin's ultimate cruel disaster almost 60 years ago. As they rested, Amundsen spent some time alone on deck, meditating on the tragic demise of those brave explorers, in whose wake he now hoped to triumph. It says something about him that he viewed his present mission as a sacred duty to justify the sacrifices of these pioneers by proving that they were right and opening up the waterway that cost them so dearly. Amundsen now had to decide which way to go. There were several waterways which were candidates for the Northwest Passage, but so far none had proved wholly navigable. There was no way of making a rational decision, so he let the compass decide, since they were also hoping to assess the location of magnetic north, as compared to Ross's original expedition in 1831. The needle said southwest, so on they sailed, and into the teeth of storms they had not yet experienced on their journey, almost being wrecked on a submerged reef. Only through some miracle had they pried themselves off, staving off complete disaster, cautiously making their way along the Luthean Peninsula, named by Ross, on which the North Magnetic Pole appeared to be centered. They moved along further still into the Simpson Strait, noting the ice-free waterway and currents that tantalizingly suggested an opening. But it was now getting late in the season, and when they spotted a sheltered and convenient little cove, they decided to wait out the winter here rather than risk being locked into somewhere less hospitable further along. Sure enough, they were soon locked into the forming ice, and Amundsen named the cove Gjoa Harbour after their brave little ship. The crew now settled into what was to become their home for 2 whole years. Fortunately, Gjoa Harbour was on the caribou migration route, and the marksmen on board ensured a continuous feast of fresh venison, if that's what we should call it. It wasn't long before the piercing crack of rifle shots attracted the attention of native Netsilik hunters, who seemed suitably impressed with the snipers in the party, and a healthy rapport quickly developed between them all. Amundsen's notes now seemed to take on a fresh excitement as he threw himself into the study of Netsilik culture, trading artifacts with them and making a concerted study of their language, but also apprenticing several of the crew to one of their elders to learn the art of igloo building. For his part, Amundsen now obsessively also practiced his own dog sled training, and despite many comical failures, slowly became increasingly competent. They had all the time in the world and plenty of fresh meat to keep the dogs fat and happy. He also spent a great deal of time studying and acquiring the reindeer clothing that was used by his new friends. The hair of reindeer fur is hollow, which makes the pelt light and warm. Eskimo people use these skins to make a loose-fitting anorak, which allowed air to circulate around the limbs, preventing the build-up of sweat. It was superior to the wolf skin that Amundsen was using. Underneath, they had underwear made from caribou skins, supple and not prone to chafing, important for someone who planned to move on skis. Within the next few months, the entire crew was completely dressed in Eskimo clothes and could competently build shelters in the snow. The crew also used their engineering skills to manufacture steel arrowheads and other requested tools to order for the grateful Eskimo, while they reciprocated by tutoring the crew on the finer points of dog sledding, teaching them which dogs to put in which position, how to balance and steer while on a full run, such that several crew members became proficient very quickly. The dogs themselves, boisterous, full of energy, with big personalities, provided much entertainment in the quiet hours, and their companionship staved off the loneliness that was inevitable in such a harsh environment. Their first foray out to reach the magnetic pole lasted only 3 days. The temperature at minus 60 degrees Celsius was too low for the dogs to work, and the skis stuck to the snow instead of gliding along. Disappointed, they turned back and man-hauled their sleds for 6 whole days back to camp, while the dogs ambled alongside humiliatingly. The squad continued their practice, and it became apparent that dogs preferred to pull when someone was out in front leading them. It was therefore an ideal setup to have a skier out front, scouting the terrain and setting the pace, which motivated the dogs to run excitedly and pack up. So, as the weather continued to improve, a new attempt was made to reach the position of Ross's pole site, and after some near misses with bears and the odd ankle sprain, it became apparent that the pole had indeed moved some distance away from the original measurement site. Amundsen was therefore the first to prove that the magnetic poles do indeed migrate. The men also had to unfortunately shoot one of their dogs who refused to run, and when they presented its skinned carcass to the other dogs, they ate it with relish. Amundsen had just confirmed that Eskimo dogs are cannibals, which would be handy to know if food was scarce in an emergency. They spent the next winter season in the company of their new Eskimo friends, preparing equipment, refining their sledding technique, and continuing their magnetic surveys. Hundreds of miles of new coastline was charted, and throughout this time, there was rarely an argument or conflict of any kind, something that is extremely hard to maintain under such trying conditions. No doubt this was partly attributed to all the fresh meat they were eating that staved off all the symptoms of scurvy that so plagued the Belgian expedition, as well as all the previous British ones up here in the bleak north. Finally, the weather warmed once again. The sun came out, and the ship thawed free from the solid grip of the winter pack ice. They packed up their gear and solemnly sailed on down the Simpson Straits, aware that they were now moving past the limits of their tragedy-stricken predecessors and on into the unknown waters. The channels were riddled with reefs and rocky outcrops that might have easily wrecked the Gjöa were it not for the motor propeller that allowed for nimble turns and a controlled advance through the treacherous channels. After a week of foul weather and perilous shoals, little Gjöa broke out into the open Beaufort Sea after 2 centuries of human trial and tragedy. Within a week, they sighted a vessel, flying the stars and stripes under full sail, bearing down on them. In Amundsen's own words, "My boyhood dream at that moment was accomplished. A strange feeling welled up in my throat. I was somehow overstrained and warm. It was weakness in me, but I felt tears in my eyes." The captain of a San Francisco whaler was soon aboard and shook his hand profusely. Amundsen was astonished that anyone would recognize him. Despite his fatigue, he now left most of the crew on board, iced into the late season's fresh ice floes, while he skied 500 miles to Eagle, Alaska, to send a telegram back home. Here, he was to discover that 6 months prior, in June of 1905, Norway had declared independence. He had embarked on his trip with the support and blessing of one king, and now found himself the subject of a new king in a new country. He duly addressed a telegram to his new monarch, reporting that it was a great achievement for Norway. It seems that the people of Norway, despite their desire for independence, had developed a reasonable affinity for the Danes during their centuries of union, because in the deliberations of the independence campaign, the Norwegian parliament decided against the republican system of government and instead opted for a constitutional monarchy, for which they requested Danish Prince Karl to take the throne. He accepted and chose the retinal name of Haakon VII, a clear demonstration of his commitment to Norway, despite his own Danish roots. Amundsen soon rejoined his crew, and they pressed on through the Bering Straits and on to San Francisco, where they were hailed as heroes, before returning home to the same ticker-tape parades Nansen had received almost 20 years before, and which Amundsen had watched as a mesmerized schoolboy. He was now the first great hero of the fledgling nation. On the face of things, the British were congratulatory and full of praise. Amundsen was invited to lecture at the Royal Geographic Society, and Nansen, now ambassador to Britain, was careful to appeal to British sensibilities by reiterating that the Norwegian triumph over the Northwest Passage rode, as it were, upon the shoulders of the giants that preceded them there. There were, however, elements within British society that lamented the failure of one of their own to close the chapter on the Northwest Passage. It didn't seem right that all their sacrifices had been exploited by a nobody, worse still, a foreigner. But they had just themselves completed an expensive and somewhat ramshackle expedition on the other side of the globe, in Antarctica. The Discovery Expedition of 1901, organised by the joint efforts of the Royal Society and the Royal Geographic Society, had pulled together an ambitious plan to set up an Antarctic base, and from there engage in all manner of scientific exploration, surveying and the gathering of specimens and data. The trouble was that the scientists on board were amateurs, moreover urban gentlemen. The expedition was being led by a young, hastily promoted torpedo lieutenant who had never sailed in Arctic waters, nor ever been on any kind of expedition. The mix of Navy and merchant seamen on board were at each other's throats, and the objectives themselves were broad and vague. Their leader, Robert Falcon Scott, chosen under dubious circumstances, was widely disliked, prone to complaining, secretive, and known for making questionable decisions on a whim. His prior naval service record was lackluster to say the least, so eyebrows were raised at his selection. To top it all off, despite bringing along both skis and dogs at the advice of Norwegian guru Nansen, nobody knew how to either ski or run a dog sled because they thought they could just learn on the fly. How hard would it be? In any case, Scott believed that dog sleds were cruel and skiing was unbefitting a British explorer. The Navy was going to haul tons of gear up and down the frozen wastes by dragging them with glorious machismo, one foot in front of the other, as was the custom. Unsurprisingly, the expedition was a shambles. Man and dog became emaciated through malnutrition. Several died of accident, exhaustion, or scurvy. The merchant seamen resigned and left on the next supply ship out. The mothership itself got frozen in with the prospect of several seasons locked in, and the entire expedition had to be resupplied and eventually rescued by blasting her out of the solid grip of the ice floe. A number of Scott's subordinates lay the palaver squarely at Scott's feet, notably his third in command, Ernest Shackleton, with whom he would have a lifelong simmering feud. Even the data they collected was dodgy and amateurish, being rejected by the scientific community back home. Some successes, however, included the discovery of the polar plateau, a record for attaining the furthest south at 82 degrees, some very decent survey charts, and the discovery of a number of inland valleys. But the ordeal saw the ship slink its way back to England without so much as a brass band reception on the docks. The depressed public, however, was hungry for heroics, and the politicians, of course, did what they do best, put a positive spin on it. If Scott had one skill above all others, it was creative writing, and his narrative account of the expedition, or should I say, reinterpreting of the journal entries, made a Cinderella story out of the debacle. public bought it, and he became an instant celebrity. The Admiralty were not so stupid, though, and he failed to win the promotions in rank he was so desperately hungry for. The Royal Navy itself became increasingly reluctant to squander any more resources on what they saw as vanity projects by academic landlubbers, and so they opposed repeated attempts to rope them into another expedition. But everything changed when the German government began flexing on them by financing a number of their own expeditions to both the Arctic and the Antarctic. A sudden resurgence of political interest now re-emerged to deny the Germans any prestige that they felt rightly belonged to the British. It also grated on them that Amundsen's recent small-scale operation had shown itself to be superior to the established doctrine of massive expeditionary assault on an objective. There was only one thing for it, an even more massive expedition to ram the point home. So, Sir Clements Markham, president of the Royal Geographical Society, granddaddy of monumental projects, once again began hustling for funds. The Admiralty, suddenly nervous about the Germans swarming over potential assets, cautiously committed to the idea, and plans began to crystallize for an expedition to the South Pole. Scott once again put up his hand, but his dreams of another massive Navy-led campaign was slow to draw funding, and many distrusted both Scott's competence and Sir Clements Markham's autocratic demands for control. As has ever been the case throughout history, aspiring adventurers now turned to wealthy philanthropists for support, with the promise of naming some obscure knob or creek after them, and this was definitely becoming the norm everywhere. So it was with Shackleton, greatly upset by Scott's negative and, as it turned out, spurious portrayal of him in his book as a slacker. Since returning, Shackleton had struggled to make a go of things in civilian life, and now held the mother of all grudges against Scott, whom he in turn viewed as a bungling idiot. So he suddenly announced plans to push for both the geographic and magnetic South Poles, and courted a number of wealthy businessmen to finance him. Both Sir Clements Markham and Scott were beside themselves with fury. Money was tight, and Shackleton was muscling in on their plans. They said as much, and when he refused to back out, they demanded he stay the hell away from the site of the established base at McMurdo Sound that had been set up on the previous expedition. Antarctica was now becoming subject to a turf war, and Shackleton was publicly pressured to commit to an alternative base camp without any reasonable justification besides jealousy. When he was forced to nevertheless break that promise, he was subjected to a smear campaign back in London, despite actually breaking a new record for furthest south in his own Nimrod expedition of 1907. When criticised for failing to reach the pole, Shackleton, at least satisfied that he had snuffed out Scott's record and proven himself in the field, said that it was better to return home a live donkey than a dead lion. Some in the establishment back in London disagreed, but the public nevertheless hailed him as a hero on his return. Shackleton had just upped the ante, but he and his team barely made it back home alive, in snowshoes, I might add. None of them had bothered to learn from the Norwegians, who seemed to be getting on famously in the snow. Amundsen, back in Norway, was nevertheless impressed by Shackleton's resolve, superhuman effort, and achievement, but both he and Nansen were bewildered by the continual British refusal to see the value of the ski and dog sled combination. They saw absolutely no sense in men dragging tons of equipment to the point of complete exhaustion when dogs could do it much more easily. For his own part, Amundsen, riding the wave of popular acclaim back home and inspired by Shackleton's pluck, next planned to go the whole hog himself and make an attempt for the North Geographic Pole, something even his mentor Nansen had failed to do. He was betting on being given Nansen's custom-built ship, the Fram, and, along with Nansen's blessing, a grant by the Norwegian Parliament to kick off the venture. Amundsen, no slacker in lobbying support, also wrote to London seeking the recommendation of boffins of the Royal Geographical Society. And Sir Clements Markham once again gave the project, ostensibly another scientific mission to study currents, magnetic patterns and the weather, his own seal of approval, now himself completely immersed in his own Antarctic project. Eventually, this new baby of Clements Markham's, called the Terra Nova Expedition, began to gain traction. Private investors injected some much-needed funds, and the government also eventually came to the party. The gentlemen of the several scientific societies had planned a comprehensive data collection program as the primary motivation, but this time they weren't to be in charge. The Navy was calling the shots, and it was going to be done their way, with discipline, order, and good old-fashioned British chain of command. Despite the scientific agenda, Scott pulled no punches by flat out declaring he was going for the pole. To him, nothing else mattered. He was going to put Shackleton squarely back in his box and drop the mic on him. Now, you would think that Scott had learned the hard way that man-hauling was a stupidly painful way of achieving the objective. But again, despite going to the trouble of visiting Nansen in Norway and seeking his advice, and even taking a trained skier with them as a tutor, both he and Sir Clements Markham decided that skis were for losers and dogs were only to be used in emergencies. Instead, Scott had the bright idea that motorized transport was the way of the future, and as he was now flush with cash, commissioned the development of 3 Caterpillar-tracked motor sleds to be designed from scratch. More on them later. Almost at the last hour, he realized that the sleds wouldn't be able to take them all the way up the steep glacier, so he sent a subordinate, who knew nothing about horses, to Siberia to purchase special Manchurian ponies, which he believed would finish the hauling for them. Never mind that there was no natural fodder for the vegetarian animals on the entire Antarctic continent. They would just ship it in, no worries. The Norwegians just shrugged their shoulders and wished them luck. Why do it the easy way when you can do it the British way? Scott's expedition was slated to depart England in June 1910, around the same time Amundsen was due to depart Norway on his own trip to the North Pole. And then news reached him that 2 Americans, Robert Peary, as well as Amundsen's old friend and mentor, Dr. Frederick Cook, had both, in separate expeditions, claimed the conquest of the North Geographic Pole. The news shocked him. What was the point of his own expedition now that 2 others had already beaten him to the punch? Sure enough, the phone soon rang hot with creditors wanting their money and sponsors threatening to cancel their support. The public just wouldn't be turned on anymore by anything less than a heroic first. He was out of cash and about to lose everything. It was just a matter of time before the government impounded his ship and sent him bankrupt. Something radical had to be done to save the expedition. Outwardly, he optimistically said that there was plenty of oceanographic work still to be done in the Arctic and that he was excited to get into it. Secretly, though, he engaged in feverish modifications to fit a new agenda. If the North Pole was gone, he was just going to head in the opposite direction and go for the South Pole instead. Oh, he would still fulfill his contractual obligation of Arctic data gathering. He would just do it after going to the South Pole. No problem. The thing is, Scott was just about to go for the same prize himself, for his own reasons. Things might get awkward because Scott had just given Amundsen some equipment that they would calibrate and compare notes from the opposite ends of the Earth. The Norwegian government, sensitive to British opinions, might itself pull the pin, not wanting to risk offending anyone. But as far as Amundsen was concerned, the die was cast. After years of meticulous preparation, everything was ready. There was no way out for him besides victory or bankruptcy. When Scott made a visit to Norway to inspect the development of his sled engines, Amundsen evaded meeting up with him and even avoided answering the phone. So, on the 7th of June, 1910, Norwegian Independence Day, the Fram snuck out of Norway in the dead of night, under everyone's nose, and by the morning she was out of sight of both the government and the creditors. Only Nansen, still blissfully unaware of Amundsen's change of plan, watched her sail away into the darkness, and with that, his own dreams of adventure. He reportedly told his son, some years later, that it was the bitterest moment of his life. The crew also, most of whom were unaware of the change of plan, now settled into life on board. Amundsen once again had assembled another crack team of companions. 3 naval officers, Nielsen, Prestrud, and Bjørnsen, all trained in oceanographic science, magnetic data collection, and Arctic navigation. Wistig, an all-around handyman and dog handler extraordinaire. Olav Bjarland, a world champion skier from Telemark in both jumping. Bjarland was already a national hero when Amundsen asked him to join. To top it off, he was also a skilled carpenter and ski maker, and he was thrilled to sign up, becoming a critical member of the Polar Assault team. There was also Hansen and Hassel, dog sled masters who had trained in the Arctic and been on a number of expeditions already. Another notable addition was Lindström, a jovial yet tough sealer, a veteran of several Arctic expeditions with a natural gift for cooking. No easy thing when trying to prepare seal meat every day in and day out. He had served with Amundsen in the Northwest Passage, and his entertaining and calming demeanour earned him the love and respect of all the crew. Amundsen was later to write that Lindström, who was the man who kept the home fire burning while the others were all in the country, was the single most valuable asset of the entire expedition. A further notable addition was the only member not personally handpicked by Amundsen, Fredrik Johansson. He was a tough and incredibly strong gymnast who had accompanied Nansen on his epic failed North Pole dash and had proven his worth both as a skier and survivor. But after returning in triumph with Nansen, he fell into depression, drinking and hard times, and Nansen begged for him to be accepted on the mission. Tough and highly experienced, he might be a great asset, and in the event, turn his own life around. But Amundsen had his reservations. He wanted nobody in his team whose unstable personal life might jeopardize the mission. Nansen, loyal to his old buddy, pleaded. Amundsen caved in. Altogether, there were 19 members of the expedition, all of whom, besides the captain and first mate, were completely oblivious to Amundsen's change of plans. But murmurings soon began about why they were picking up their dogs in Denmark, only to schlep them halfway around the world when they could have just got some in Alaska. The signature harmony that was the hallmark of Amundsen's Northwest Passage voyage was now replaced by an uncomfortable air of suspicion that something just wasn't right. Acutely aware of the mood and desperate to clear the air now that they were away, when they reached Madeira to rest and resupply, Amundsen gathered the crew and dropped his bombshell. They were stunned. He gave everyone the option of resigning and returning home, but each one, in turn, agreed to stay on. They understood what was at stake and what the prize would represent for Norway. He now wrote to his mentor Nansen, profusely apologising for his deception, begging him for his ongoing support back home in hopes that triumph in Antarctica would rectify any offence the government might take of the scandal. He also sent a telegram to Scott, who received it when he himself, already well underway, had reached Melbourne, Australia. Beg leave to inform you, Fram heading Antarctic, Amundsen. Bewildered, Scott telegraphed London. Sir Clements Markham, barely recovering his composure after Shackleton's recent interloping, unleashed a tirade of abuse at the Norwegian, referring to him as a rascal and a blackguard, and insisted that Amundsen be denied any landing near their own base of operations. Scott, already in full race mode given his ongoing feud with Shackleton, shrugged it off as ridiculous, saying that, after all, dogs were clearly inferior to both ponies and motorized sleds, and blissfully carried on with his own preparations, confident of success. They needn't have worried about a Norwegian squatter at their base. Amundsen had already decided, after long study, to set up on the Ross Ice Barrier, a huge permanent sheet of solid ice the size of France, several hundred meters thick, that extended from the Antarctic mass out into the ocean like a monumental glacier. It was in a sheltered inlet called the Bay of Whales, on the opposite end to the site at McMurdo where the British had already set up their base, that Amundsen chose to make his base camp. The British had ignored it as a landing site, considering it and the entire ice shelf to be potentially unstable. But Amundsen thought otherwise, and to boot, it was a full degree of latitude, 60 nautical miles, closer to the pole. Amundsen's race would be shorter, but the interior was completely unknown and potentially fraught with insurmountable obstacles. Scott's route was longer, but 80% of it had already been traversed in two separate expeditions, so they knew what to expect. The race was on. Amundsen's ship, the Fram, was 126 feet long, 440 tons, powered by a revolutionary new diesel motor with 19 souls aboard. Scott's Terra Nova was 187 feet, 747 tons, powered by a coal-driven steam engine with 65 crew. This wasn't going to be just a race between explorers, it was a battle of philosophies. Scott's team was described by one of his own crew as many random men shoved together to undertake a large, ponderous campaign, while the Fram and her limited, specially chosen crew was later described as a Viking marauder going in for a raid. 4 months after leaving Madeira, by mid-January, the Fram was finally anchored off the Great Ice Barrier, its 200 feet high walls gleaming in the sunshine like the battlements of a fortress. Finding a foothold and passage up was not easy, but eventually they scrambled their way up, and orders were given to construct the base camp 4 kilometers inland. This they did using prefabricated hut components that the 2 carpenters on board quickly reassembled and locked deep into the ice sheet within just 6 days. Their new home away from home was to be called Framheim after the ship. The howling, boisterous team of almost 100 dogs excitedly got to work, pulling tons of supplies and material across the ice in the first bit of action they had had after months of boredom at sea. Each crew member was assigned a number of dogs to care for, and as in Gjoahaven before, it went a long way to staving off the boredom and stress of life on the ice, their furry companions getting into frequent mischief and antics. Hunting parties were also sent out to procure seal meat that would feed the dogs and lessen the risk of scurvy among the men. By February, they were now ready to begin the first great test of their mission, the transportation of supplies into regularly spaced depots as deep into the terrain as possible, so that the attempt on the pole the following season would need to carry few supplies. It would also provide plenty of food and cooking fuel on the journey back. Amundsen was determined to avoid the near starvation that both Scott and Shackleton had experienced in the previous Discovery and Nimrod expeditions, so he meticulously planned the design and spacing of distance and orientation markers that could be easily stumbled across even under severe blizzard conditions. Just then, they sighted a ship in the bay, approaching the Fram. It was the Terra Nova. She had just deposited Scott and his shore party and was scouting a landing site for their secondary expedition to map the vicinity. Shocked at the encounter, they had expected Amundsen to be on the other side of the continent in the Weddell Sea. They nevertheless cordially received each other for breakfast and lunch the following day, exchanging pleasantries, with Amundsen showing the captain around Framheim, even offering to share the entire site with them if it was convenient to their mission. They declined courteously, of course, and hurriedly returned to Scott's camp at McMurdo to report on Amundsen's activities. It was now time to start laying out the depots of food and supplies along the path that the Polar Assault Team would travel. This would be accomplished by loading up the sleds and then skiing out on a number of consecutive runs, hopefully laying supplies deeply south each time. The first run was made by 4 men, 3 sledges pulled by 18 dogs. As they made their way across the ice sheet, they didn't know what to expect, but by the end of the first day, they had skied almost 30 kilometers. It was their first test of dogs and equipment, and Amundsen noted in his journal how splendidly the dogs were performing and how he just couldn't understand why the British were so averse to using them. It was a dream run, and the next few days were no different, as man and beast settled into their daily rhythm, Amundsen forbidding any more than 30 kilometers of progress per day before setting up camp and resting. His long conversations with the Eskimo in Canada had taught him that exhaustion, sweating, and mental fatigue were the real killers in this environment. He needed his team to be full of vigor and clear-headed at all times. In just 4 days, they had reached 80 degrees south, setting up their depot and planting their intricate network of cans and markers, then turned around with empty sledges and raced back to Framheim. Within just 1 week, they had astonishingly covered 260 kilometers. Meanwhile, Scott had also begun his own depot run, but ran into trouble before it even began. One of his 3 heavy motor sledges, being unloaded onto an unstable ice platform beside the ship, cracked it and sunk to the bottom of the bay. The other 2 were plagued with mechanical problems and were completely unusable. The 8 ponies fared little better, plodding along, their hoofs frequently breaking through the ice, sinking them often to their bellies and needing to be offloaded and extracted. The men continued onward, hauling everything by themselves, but a blizzard and slow progress induced Scott to dump their loads at 79.5 degrees south, a good 30 kilometers less than they had hoped. As they lay completely exhausted, the 2 dog teams that had been brought along, at the recommendation of Nansen back in Norway, trotted up with their own sleds, a little wobbly as beginners often are, but they had started days behind and had now completely caught up to Scott's immobilized party and seemed not the least bit troubled by the blizzard. Officers in his team reported that Scott seemed alternately surprised and then annoyed at the efficiency of the dogs, and how even in untrained hands, they basically overtook every other team. Indeed, comparing Scott's round trip with the Norwegian party, his daily average distance travelled was less than half of Amundsen's, but the fatigue factor was orders of magnitude worse. Even the ponies were completely exhausted, one dying on the way, and several others falling through an ice sheet and drowning, such that of the 8 that departed, only 2 made it back alive. It was a bad omen. Amundsen, on the other hand, still had some time up his sleeve, and a week after he got back from the first depot run, pushed another sled team up the barrier, depositing another load at 81 degrees south. But this time, the weather had deteriorated. Blizzards, the same ones hammering Scott, made their progress slower, and the further they got, the lower the temperature dropped. Despite their suitability to the task, dogs are not, of course, impervious to freezing, and as the temperature hit minus 40 degrees Celsius, they began to noticeably struggle. Amundsen took a couple of teams of the strongest dogs and pushed on to 82 degrees, but frostbitten paws forced him to unload there, satisfied that they managed to set up another depot a degree yet further south, depositing seal meat that would be a valuable source of nutrition. Both teams, having returned back to camp, now settled into the uneventful winter. Amundsen and his team used the time to remodel their sledges to be lighter and more maneuverable. They adjusted their clothing, boot designs, and painstakingly altered their ski equipment to better suit the terrain they were encountering. Both teams made preparations of rations and otherwise engaged in organized activities and games that staved off boredom in the camps. The Norwegian and British leaders occasionally had to deal with the frayed tempers and frustrations of isolation, but Scott's camp seemed to be faring far worse. Its strict organization along naval protocols had separate quarters for officers and men, while Amundsen kept a more egalitarian social system. A number of Scott's officers had begun openly questioning his decisions and privately his indecisiveness, which was a dangerous problem in such an extreme environment. Amundsen had issues of his own, but predominantly with Johansen, the experienced, though troubled friend of Nansen, who grumbled on about the quickness of the procedure. But more troubling was the gradual anxiety that began to affect Amundsen personally about Scott's 3 motor sledges. Himself a technophile, he had no way of knowing the truth, of course, but was worried that these sledges would give Scott an advantage in whisking supplies up the glacier and on to victory, while his own dogs were at risk of frostbitten paws. He knew that the only salvation back home for his scandalous change of plans was to get there first. The unforgiving Norwegian public, not to mention predators, would ruin him for anything less than a glorious triumph. His reputation hung by a thread, but his underlying sense of guilt over all the skullduggery began to cast serious doubts over his otherwise meticulous preparations. So, early in September, as the sun began to return to the sky, against his own better judgment, he decided to go for it and prepped his polar assault team for the attempt, against the advice of Johansen, who told him it was way too early in the season and risky. Uncharacteristically, Amundsen pushed on, and despite good progress, when they hit 80 degrees south, the temperature suddenly plummeted and the dogs began to suffer once again, with several dying of frostbite. Realizing he had made a terrible mistake, Amundsen decided to turn back, but the party became separated as they raced back to Framheim. Johansen and his partner's dogs stalled, and they made it back to camp many hours after the rest, themselves somewhat frostbitten and furious at having been left so far behind without backup. Johansen rebuked his leader, not unreasonably it should be said, but under such critical circumstances, Amundsen could not afford any dissent or disrespect, so Johansen was